Welcome, ladies. Thank you for being here. For those who are presenting today and for the ones that are presenting tomorrow, thank you for being here, supporting your classmates. We are going to have today the demo, the final project presentation for our UX UI design students from the January edition. They have been working for 10 weeks on this course, and today we're going to see what they have for us. So the first one is going to be Elisenda.
Yeah. Hi. Do you want me to start sharing my screen?
Yeah. Okay. Go for it.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah, perfect.
Perfect. So, hi everyone. I'm Alisanda Ventura. My classmates already know me, but just to say hello to everyone. I'm happy to present to you my final project that I've been working on this course. My final project is about bunkering operations, which is the activity of supplying a ship with fuel oil. And I know that it's a very specific topic, so I will try also to give you a little bit of background. So during this talk, I'm going to focus first on the problem, as I said, explain a little bit to you the background and why I'm focusing on this. Then I will move to the user research and the main takeaways. Also the features that I've decided to develop based on my research. We will see a little bit the design, and then I will show you the flow on my prototype. I would also like to add that this is a project that I'm working in my company. I work in a maritime startup, and we develop platforms that facilitate the data interchange in the maritime space. So this is a real project, and I will also explain to you a little bit the challenges that I find while working on this. So let me give you a little bit of background. As I said before, this project focuses on bunkering operations, which is the activity of supplying a ship with fuel oil. You can see here in the photo a small vessel that is called a bunker barge that is supplying fuel oil to the big vessel. But this is something that can also happen on shore. So a truck can supply fuel oil to a vessel or maybe via pipeline. And this is a very important and frequent activity in ports, as you can imagine, because without bunker, there is no movement of goods by sea, so there is no trade or global economy. So it's very important. And also because it's complex, it involves many different actors. You can see them in the screen, the ship agents, the ship owners, the crew, the bunker suppliers, and many more. And all of them need to interchange critical data to carry out this operation efficiently and safely. However, we have seen how nowadays the rapidly evolving maritime environment makes it very difficult for all of these actors to have access to the real-time updated information that they need. And this lack of real-time data causes expensive delays in bunkering operations that contribute to an increase of the greenhouse gas emissions inside the port area, an increase of the risk of marine pollution, and also of the financial cost. And these are just the general issues, because then each and every one of the actors is affected in a different way. So for this project, during the course, I focused on the ship agents because we have a very close relationship, and I've been able to test my prototype with them through the course. So I received also feedback. So that's why I focus on the ship agents. But I must say that I've worked with all the stakeholders, and the solution has many different flows. So to summarize what I said before, the problem, the root cause is that this lack of reliable real-time data doesn't allow the different actors to act when there is a delay because they don't have the information. So that's what I will try to solve with the solution that I've designed. At the start of the course, I conducted a research, keeping in mind that I'm working with a ship agent right now. And well, I had interviews with them. I've also launched a survey, and the main takeaways from the research has been that a ship agent, which in this case is Juan, they worry about, first of all, the bunker delays, because this is a service that they offer. So if the service goes wrong, it's something that affects their direct work. Then also this lack of real-time data, because without that data, they are not able to do a proper job. And then also the administrative burden, because they need to interchange this data in many ways through via emails, phone calls, WhatsApp, messages. So well, it's a mess for them. And the last point that they highlighted is, but that's more for the senior stakeholders, is that it also affects their reputation as a company to not be able to offer a good service to their clients due to all these problems. So this is something that I will try to solve with the solution. So keeping in mind the main takeaways of the user research, then I formulated many how might we, but I focus in these three, which are how we can reduce banker delays, reduce also the back and forth of emails, and last but not the least, enhance the traceability of the banker-related data, so everything is there and it's controlled by the ship agent. And from this how might we, and then with a little bit of brainstorming, two main features arise. One is that by creating a secure environment to share data, we can improve many of these points and reduce the administrative burden. And the second is that by providing also an optimized auto-scheduling system, we can also organize better the banker supply and give more transparency to all the actors. So with these features in mind, I started the design. I created first some wireframes, and I already iterate those wireframes with the end users, so with the ship agents, and they gave me valuable feedback that I incorporated. So these wireframes that you are seeing on the screen are very different from the final solution that I have. And I also focused on the design, the colors, and as I mentioned that this is a project that I'm doing for my company, that also meant that I needed to adjust to the design systems that we have at my company. So that's why the logo and the name of the product, it's very on brand with Nabozyme, the maritime startup where I work. I also need to work closely with the development team because this is a product that we want to launch at the end of the year. So that means that at some points I need to compromise a little bit. For example, I like the rounded buttons that the technical team said that the templates that they use, in the templates there are square buttons. So now my design is with square buttons. So it's easier also for them to program that. And also one of the main challenges has been that this is one solution, but it needs to be used by 7 types of users. So I need to have a very clear data architecture and structure that will serve all of them. And that has been very challenging. So now let's see how the prototype looks like. And so here we have the main screen. The ship agent can sign in. And the first thing that he sees is a map of the world. And the agent sees the different ports where this company offers services. And the agent can zoom in and select the port that he's interested in. And here the agent will see different metrics that are of interest for him. For example, the quantity of bunker that it's lifted in that port, the average duration of the operation, the average time that it's saved by using the platform, and the prediction rate of the auto-scheduling system. And here now the agent can see the vessel list, so the different vessels that are under his responsibility. And he can do that by clicking here or also on the menu on the left side. So if we go to the vessels list, the agent sees, as I said, all the vessels under his responsibility with relevant information for him to do his job. And by clicking on one of them, the agent sees the status of the operation. So right now, because this operation is incomplete, the agent doesn't see any relevant metrics, but he can already see some of the documents that have been uploaded by other parties. So he has this real-time access to that data. And then once the operation is complete, the agent has access to the metrics, so he can also report that to the client, and he can see all the different documents that have been uploaded. For example, the sample results that are taken from the bunker. He can see the document, and he has a QR code to verify that this information is correct. And then the last feature that the agent can see is also the auto-scheduling system, where the agent sees all the vessels and the order that they will be supplied the banker, and if they have higher priority than the others, and he can see all the changes in real time depending of the circumstances. The agent also can see more information of other vessels. So for example, if he needs to contact another ship agent for whatever reason, he can also do that via the platform. And that's all that I have right now. Just keep in mind that this is a platform that has many users. All of them needs to be there to work. And that's what we are working right now. In fact, I'm in Las Palmas because tomorrow I'm, testing this solution with, again, the ship agents and also the port authorities of Las Palmas. So yes, it's exciting to participate in a real project. Thanks. I don't know if you have any questions or comments.
Wow, amazing job, Alessandra. I really love it. I love all the design, super clean. And the user journey around the platform, it's just super clear. Awesome. Great job.
Thanks.
Any question? Or any feedback from Jen?
Yeah, so you've got to create the flows for 7 users. How long do you think your project's going to take until you launch?
So here, I did talk about the technology, but we are planning on using blockchain technology for the part of the data sharing, and then artificial intelligence for the auto-scheduling system. And for the blockchain technology, we already have that tech stack ready. So we are probably going to launch it before the end of the year. But for the AI algorithm and the auto-scheduling system, this is going to take a little bit more. So maybe in the middle of next year, so mid-2023, we'll have it ready. But our idea is to launch it first, the blockchain-enabled data sharing platform, and then build the rest of the features as the users start using the platform.
Great, thanks.
Diana?
Yes, I have just a curiosity. Well, first of all, great job. I really liked the final solution and all the process. What was the most challenging part in doing this? Because it's a real project, what do you think was the most challenging part in the whole process?
Maybe I would say that I'm not a UI UX designer in my company, but I'm doing that role now for this solution. But that means that I'm also a product manager, so I need to keep the business in mind. So I cannot just design for the sake of designing. I need to keep in mind what the company needs, if we can do it, if it's feasible, if we can do it very fast and for the least amount of money. So that's something that I also need to take into account. And of course, the part of communicating with the development team, because we have seen before how they don't respect the design system. So in this case, I wanted to maybe have the talk early on. So we agreed. And so then the end product is going to look a little bit like the one that I've designed. So yeah.
Nice. You've seen the real thing.
Yeah.
Well done.
Any more questions or feedback? I guess you have a lot of congratulations and feedback on the chat and send. So thank you. And we are going with the next one, Jen.
Okay, great. So I'll just share my screen. Okay, so let me just. Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Jen, for those of you that don't know me. And so as well as being interested in tech, I'm also interested in community volunteering, and I currently volunteer for a homeless charity here in Barcelona. So that sparked my idea for my project, which is a community volunteering app to connect volunteers with multiple projects in their area. So let's get started. Okay, so I've divided the presentation into 4 main parts. We'll look at the problem statement, then move on to the research methodology, followed by the design methodology, and then we'll finally look at the prototype, and I'll take questions at the end. Okay, so to begin with, I had the assumption that people want to volunteer, but sometimes find it difficult to find solutions. So I focused on people living in big cities. People living in big cities want to connect with their local community and give something back by volunteering, but they're often not sure where to look for roles and feel the process might be difficult and time-consuming. And I feel the root cause is there aren't many well-known places for connecting volunteers with charities, and that make it easy for charities to list volunteering opportunities and for volunteers to quickly choose from a selection of volunteering roles. So I started off looking at the digital space, and there are a few direct competitors that are matching services. There's a couple in the UK, and there's one here in Spain, which is Spanish language only. And then we've got the different solutions that people are currently using, Meetup, Facebook, Instagram, etc. And then some different customers, which are charity fundraising apps and corporate volunteering apps, which could be an area for growth in the future. Okay, so I conducted a volunteer survey and had 120 responses. I identified a core group of an age range of 26 to 45-year-olds. So that's who I'm focusing my solution towards. And people living in big cities, because there's more projects available in those areas. I also had a lot of responses from expats, so I want to help them be able to connect with their local community. Okay, so I got several insights. These are just a few of them. So for the people that were currently volunteering, which was, I think, around 80% of my respondents. So when currently volunteering in the local community, people living in large cities either choose to volunteer regularly if time permits them to, or they look for ad hoc positions. So if the time commitment isn't visible, it can discourage people from applying. With the people that weren't currently volunteering or hadn't volunteered in the last 5 years, I wanted to understand why. And 58% of the people that weren't volunteering currently don't know where to look for volunteer projects in their community. And they feel 19% feel that searching for a volunteering opportunity is too time consuming. And some people feel that they don't have enough time to volunteer at the moment. So I wanted to develop a solution that made it quick and easy to find the volunteering roles and that they could have a selection of time commitments. Okay, so I followed the research up with some user interviews. I did 10 in total, so 5 with volunteers and 5 with charity volunteering organisations. That was a mixture of experienced volunteers and new volunteers, and registered charity organisations and some grassroots ones. So I put all the information into affinity maps and empathy maps to get some key themes, to understand the motivations, their volunteering knowledge, what search methods and how they felt about them. So that the time commitment, and then I identified a lot of pain points and opportunities which I could develop into my app, which I'll talk about when I show you the prototype. Okay, so I identified that expats could be a good market to focus on for the MVP. Because when moving to a new city, some expats want to feel part of the community by volunteering, but they can find it overwhelming to try to find a volunteering position, as they might not know where to look or have time to do so. Therefore, they might wait until a friend suggests something instead of finding a position themselves. Word of mouth was the biggest source of volunteering information in my survey and the interviews as well. Okay, so yeah, and the other ones, people are often busy with their time commitments, so they might need more flexible roles. I developed several personas for the volunteers. I've got an expat ad hoc volunteer, an expat regular volunteer, and an ad hoc volunteer living in the home country. So I'm probably can cater to all of those in my MVP, but I wanted to make sure that that the language is also prominent and that there's different time commitments. Okay, so how might we help volunteers to find a range of volunteering roles available in their local area? And how might we improve the ease of use of current solutions available? How might we assist in helping volunteers to connect with each other as well as local volunteering organisations so that they feel an increased sense of community? So in my survey and in my interviews, people like to volunteer with their friends. They also told their friends about their volunteering, so it's a good way for organic growth for the volunteering organisations. So I moved on to the solution, designing the basic wireframes. I started with the sign-up flow because I want to make it as easy and quick as possible for volunteers to get matched with suitable projects in their area based on their preferences. And I wanted to have a range of projects, either drop-in or regular volunteering projects, which they could share with their friends. So after a lot of feedback, I sort of expanded the flow quite a lot, as you can see. I wanted, instead of just favoriting projects, I wanted them to actually be able to sign up for an event if they wanted to right from the beginning. Okay. So I wanted to appeal to people in their 20s to 40s. So I've gone for a minimal friendly kind of aesthetic. I just want it to feel simple and easy to use. Okay, so I'm going to show you the prototype now and talk you through. So I start with the onboarding, appealing to some of the motivations that were identified in my research. So I wanted to empower community actions to help the local community and help them to do something meaningful in their free time. So they come through to the sign up. We're looking at the sign up flow, but organizations can also sign up from here. So they enter a few simple details. And then they come through to this filters page. So we'd like to help match you with volunteer projects in your local area. So let's get started. I added a progress bar after the user testing, just to be a bit clearer about where they were. So they can select maybe what day they're available, maybe they're interested in any project. They can select their location preferences and who can contact them in the app. So once they've saved their preferences, they come through here to their curated project list. They've got 3 projects. They might want to check one out. Maybe they want to like it. So then they could see the schedule. And there's no projects available today, but there is one on the 20th. So they can check it out. They've got the event time, meeting point, important info about cancellation, etc. And they can instantly sign up. Once they've signed up, they can share that with friends. So maybe a friend's interested, and then they can either cancel or finish. Once they come for a bit more, they've added their favorites and they can see that they've got 1 project added. Maybe they want to add another one to look at later, and then complete. So they completed their sign up, and that will take them through to their personalized homepage where they can check their schedule, and they've got their favorites, and they can get through to see the project information from there. So that's the prototype. Let me come back. Okay, and that's the end of my presentation. Thanks for listening, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Okay, let me come back to you.
Well done, Jen. Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Any
Does anyone have any
questions?
questions?
Susanna?
Jen, nice presentation. I really like it. I think you showed the process, you explained very well. I think this is a very interesting topic. I think your prototype is also very nice and clear. And I was just wondering if you got the chance to test the prototype in high resolution or not.
Yeah, I've tested parts of it. I would like to test with more users because right up until the last few days, I've been sort of changing things on the project sign up. So, but the earlier part was tested quite well, but I would like to do a bit more user testing with the last part of the flow.
Okay, yeah, that will be cool. Now that it's more solid, it will be cool to test it again. And if you could gather like the first users that you interviewed, it will be also really nice to see if you actually solve their problems or not.
Yeah, I use some of my interviewees as my testers, but yeah, I would like to maybe get all of them back on board
Cool.
for that.
If you do that, I would add that insight into your presentation again or case study, because you're probably going to use this to look for a job. So complete it as you move and do more stuff, continue to complete the presentation.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
cool.
Advice.
Nice job.
Thank you.
More questions? Well, as Elisenda, you have feedback on the chat, Jen. Thank you and congrats.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
Next one, Xenia.
Hello, good afternoon. Let me share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah, perfect.
So hello, good afternoon. I'm going to talk for some minutes about this project, which is called No Drama Curls. I've been working in this project for 2 months. So yeah. So who here hasn't had a bad hair day? Can you please raise your hands? Okay. Thank you very much. So as you guessed, this project is going to be about hair, but specifically about curly and wavy hair. This project came about when I was talking to my friends which had like curly hair, and they had issues understanding what their hair actually needed in terms of routines and products. So I started researching on the topic by myself first, and then I just took a chance with this project. And I started defining some research questions, which I afterwards classified in 5 categories. The first one is satisfaction, and I asked the participants within the research if they were satisfied with their hair outcome or hair appearance nowadays, and if they would like to improve it. The second category was the effort, like how much participants were willing to invest like their time and money. The third category was curiosity, and within that category, I asked participants if they had ever searched for information and if they know that that information existed somewhere. The fourth one was information sources, and this one was about if participants had already searched for information about curly hair or wavy hair, and which type of platforms. And the last but not least, how easy or difficult was to apply the information that they search within their daily life. So my research methodology consisted in like 3 main stages. The first one was desk research, which I looked into nowadays solutions and nowadays platforms used. The second one was I made a survey and I sent it, and like 44 people answered it. And the third one, I interviewed 5 people to gather like more insightful points of view on the topic. So some of the interesting figures that I found with the surveys was that like 75% of the participants found it was difficult for them to find the right type of information for their hair type. 43% they said that they didn't know where to start looking for information on curly hair maintenance. 65% of the participants said that they were curious to know more about how to take care of their curly and wavy hair. Also, the interviews showed me like they gave me some key insights, such as it was important for participants to get information directly from people that also had the same struggles, so people that had also curls or waves. They also wanted to find easy ways to apply the information in their routines. A lot of them mentioned assistance on understanding their hair needs. And the last but not least, they wanted to have more control over the hair appearance and the outcome of when washing their hair. So after the research, it was clear to me that there were two types of personas and two types of archetypes. I mentioned, like the first one, I called it the curious one, which was someone that was on the journey to find the right products and right routines and techniques to treat their hair properly and to be content with their hair appearance. And the second one was, I called it friendly, the not satisfied, because it was people that already had a lot of previous knowledge on like hair care, and they were content with their hair appearance nowadays. So they didn't actively look for information. So I decided that for me, in this case, it was more interesting to target and to primarily focus on the curious archetype, since it was someone that didn't have points of reference where to start looking for information, and so I decided to go with that one. Having that in mind, I redefined again my problem statement, having in mind already my target. And this is the following: there is not a clear and easy way for curly-haired people that are starting to embrace their curls and waves to find information tailored to their hair type and personal needs and region of residence. So I formulated several how might we's, but these three ones here are the ones I focused the most, which were basically how might we facilitate the search for curly-haired people when looking for information on the routines and products needed. So after that, I came to the Ecuador of the project, which was ideation, and my classmates helped me a lot with ideation, and we used the Crazy 8 technique and the Lotus Blossom. Some really cool ideas came from it, such as interactive dictionaries, like quizzes for people to understand their hair. And after that, after these ideas, I thought it was important for me to have a clear idea of the architecture of the app I was going to start developing. So I started defining the foundations of this app, which I divided them in products, routine, and community. And by that, I wanted to emphasize that it was easy to go from one to the other. The product section would be people trying to look for products within a filtering option. And the routine would be obviously tailored to those specific product choices. Since research showed that the curly community relied a lot on the community, it was important to have that connection to the curly community. Another thing I had clear in mind is I didn't want this to be one single use or like just sporadically being used. So I wanted to have engagement within the app. So I thought having a tip of the day or a lookbook would engage the public to look way often into the product. Another part that I thought interesting is I had to it was important to underline that the service was personalized, and the user had the power to change the filtering options. So that's why I also added like favorites and also the white flag alarm, which when I user tested, it was actually quite successful. So after sketching a little bit and just thinking of just putting out the ideas in paper, I nearly went right away to Figma. So right now I'm just gonna show one of the wireframes so you can understand a little bit how I put down my ideas into Figma and into wireframes. And so the first one here is search engine in products in the category. So I started defining a little bit the structure and how the categories within the products were divided, and also how the filtering options would work, which I wanted to use filter chips. So I started like improving a little bit the wireframe, so it was easier to user test it and to being understood by the users. And so putting like pictures and putting like context would help. And at the beginning, I did the user engines that you could see like a lot of products at once within the different categories like shampoos, masks, conditioners all together. But I thought, and I also when I tested, I thought it was quite confusing. So using like progressive disclosure, somehow I tried to clean a little bit the information that was displayed at once. So I removed the products directly from the search engine, like the main page, to just like the idea of widgets in Apple. I like them a lot, so I tried to have this idea implemented here. So afterwards, I started creating like subtle details of here hierarchy, and also adding like images of context to continue doing user testing and yeah, give more context to users when doing user testing. Here I started like applying the UI, and yeah, and at the end, like the last frame, like the last step was last UI improvements, and also adding a little bit more context with the navigation bar at the bottom, which I should have done at the beginning, but I don't know. I was still learning in the learning curve. So in terms of UI, I was quite confused at the beginning. I didn't really know which direction to go. So I tried to use the psychology of colors in my advantage. So I used these colors, as you can see here, which kind of transmit reliability, power, and excitement and elegance. Yeah. So now it's prototype. I'm just going to show my prototype a little bit quick, and afterwards, if you want, we can have some questions. So this would be the home page, and then when this is already like someone has already set or used the account before, but it would be nice to finish completing the personal settings and profile settings. In this case, for example, here we're gonna set the hair appearance. In this case, we want like a plus definition. And then just go back to home menu, and maybe like the user here would like to change the shampoo that she is using. So we would go to products, and here we would decide on in between styling and wash products, because we're looking for shampoos, which is in wash products. We would go to shampoos. Here we would have a lot of shampoos options, but we want to define a specific like budget range, in this case 15-20, and we would feel like that would filter a lot of the products out. And so here, because we want something the cheapest but the best reviews possible, we would choose this one. And here, a little bit below, we would find where to buy it. And we could even like have it as favorite, and maybe in some time, like just check it out in your favorites and go to buy it afterwards. And obviously, in case it was a more specific product, we would even be able to search how to, in your routine, how to apply that product, and even like save the step in your favorites. So yeah. And yeah, so what's next? I would have to do some user testing, also improve the UI, and also further develop other areas of the app. And obviously, documentation would be quite important. And yeah, thank you for listening to my presentation, and here's my contact if anything. Thank you.
Bravo, Tania. Great, great. I love your slides and your prototype, super clean, amazing. I love the one, as Diana said, with the curly girls at the beginning. amazing.
Thank you.
And great takeaways, though. Dalila?
Yes, no, I just wanted to say that I really like the presentation and the animation and everything. And it was really interesting to see the whole process and the changes you did and everything. Nice.
Thank you.
Who else? Anybody raise their hand? No. Any other comments? No? Oh, Diana?
No, just something like what Dalila said. It was very good to see the evolution of your design and see how you went from the sketches, the wireframe, to the final UI, and show the progress. That was very good to see. Great presentation and great work in general.
Thank you.
Nice. Thank you, Sonia. So now it's the turn for Katerina.
Yes, that's me. Let me share my screen. Okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So hi, everybody. I'm Katerina, who doesn't know me. I'm a bit nervous, but I have a question for you. Have you ever thought about quitting your job and changing your lifestyle?
Every day.
Yes.
I did
Always.
it last summer. I quit my job, quit my flat in Barcelona, and started traveling, working, and studying, and having a great time at the same time. And I thought, why can't we have the best of both worlds all the time? So this is how I came in contact with the digital nomad community. So digital nomads are those professionals who are traveling and working at the same time. And we know that remote work is here to stay. So, and the market is pushing this sort of this way of working. So while I was living with digital nomad and as a digital nomad myself, I realized that one of the problems was that people were struggling to find the next stop and they could not take an informed decision. So I did some digging and I realized that digital nomads are professionals who really treasure their free time and want to make the best of it. So they want to reduce the time lost at planning the next stop. I started with my first hypothesis, which was we believe that tackling time management aspects of the decision process of digital nomads will make them happier as they will save time. So that's how I started the research, and my research questions were around the values of what pushes them, what motivates them to change their lifestyle, what are their sources of information, so where are they finding this information that helps them to find an accommodation, and of course, how was the decision-making process for finding both an accommodation and a location. So as far as the research methods are concerned, I had some desk research, which helped me understand what was the market, what was proposing, and what was underserved. Then I had some surveys, and I had some interviews, which I absolutely loved. It was an amazing process that I really, really enjoyed. So I realized that the favorite source of information is, in this case, Facebook is king and the word of mouth is queen. And this told me that my users are people that really look for a very personal touch and a very, let's say, subjective opinion when they're looking for the information. And similarly, they were finding the most useful information through the word of mouth, so through websites dedicated to them, in Facebook groups, and in reviews. So as the main insights of my research, I realized that the digital nomads are specific kind of travelers who have very specific logistical necessities, such as Wi-Fi stability. And they really need to validate this information to know that it's trustable and reliable, and they can actually work where they're going. Then I realized that information is scattered all over the web. There are so many channels, Slack channels, Facebook groups, reviews, and it's very complicated to go through all of them. Then they really trust the opinion of other nomads. It's like almost like the Bible for them. And also, since they're living away from home, they crave a sense of family and community belonging. And this also transforms in the fact that the community is very active and very willing to help. So I came up with a new problem statement, which was when booking an accommodation and not having any trusted feedback, which is the word of mouth in this case, about state facilities, digital nomads often struggle to make a decision, causing them to stress. And this makes their productivity and time efficiency decrease. So I developed an archetype to go on with the ideation, and it's a digital nomad, which is, the YOLO kind of type, but at the same time looking for a home away from home. Her goals are quickly find a suitable accommodation, and the pain point is that she or he needs to verify the information. So my how, my we was how might we support digital nomads to efficiently pick an accommodation that fulfills their needs, Wi-Fi stability, working space quality, and shared space specifications. So for my ideation phase, as Shenya said, we did a lot of group sessions that I really enjoyed, and we did a lot of lotus flower, crazy eights, a lot of mind map, and this really helped me to come up with a solution that was a platform, that is a platform, where digital nomads can look for specific accommodations designed for them, where they can verify the information directly with other nomads that have previously stayed at that accommodation. And also it's important to say that this is user-based with the purpose of spurring this community and trust feeling. So of course, it had to be a mobile app to increase time efficiency as well. I started with wireframes on paper and then on Figma to understand which would be the way of my happy flow. And through the testing, I had the first iteration, for example, in the case of reviews, which are super important for my proposal. At the beginning, I had this kind of stars and a little bit of text, but user told me that they would prefer more text, like to read like a preview of the review. And also the stars, I realized that they were perceived differently by other users. For example, for me, at 3 stars, it's not the same that it is for you. So I decided to turn to a more, more of a number, like 9.8 out of 10. That was more objective, I thought. And also, for example, I had issues, the testing went on also with the copy. I had, in this case, a call to action button that was find me a home, and people were not understanding that. So I had to change it with surprise me, and so on, many other iterations. And the final branding is HomeAd, find your home away from home, which is, adventurous, gives you an idea of trust, informal, spurring the community. And I really wanted to give all the power to the content, to the photos. So I decided to have big and colorful photos, a very plain and, trustable palette with a very minimalistic, let's say, design. And so I'm going to show you my prototype. Let's say that we are a nomad, we want to go to Tenerife, for example, and I am already a registered user here, so I have my settings and my preferences saved. So I would go to this search bar here where I want to go. I want to go to Tenerife, so I would click, any place in mind. Well, I don't see Tenerife here, so I would go on, type Tenerife, go on, and then I would come up to this filter page that they can read my mind, so they know what I like. So maybe let's say that this time co-living is fine. I also want a garden and I want a working space included. So, surprise me. Then we'd come up to this map with the offer that I have according to my filters. I have this 9 co-living, La Orotava, nice. Maybe I want to see this. Oh, wow, this 9.8 looks nice. So I would click on this card and end up to this accommodation summary. In the first part, I would have the top highlights. If I really like, I could add it to my favorites. And a price range, where to book. And the second section of the screen would be dedicated to the reviews. So I would have here reviews of other people, what they said, how they felt about it. And also here, on the second part, I would have a question and answers. Of course, these answers are questions, are said and replied by users, and also who asked a question are users. So it's, as I said, it's user-based. And you could scroll here and look for more information about the shared kitchen, the community, and whatever you need. But in the case that I want to read more of this review, I would click here, come up to this page and read the whole review, see the pictures, and what I could be able to click on the profile picture and see the profile. So I could see if this person is trustable. In this case, wow, she's a super nomad, she's been there, many photos uploaded. And the idea is that here, in the case that I haven't received all the information that I wanted, I will be able to chat with this person. So asking, hey, nice, I want to ask you something. I know that you stayed there, and so on. So as soon as you got all the information you would look for, the idea is that you would have here a link that would bring you to the booking page of this place. So that's my prototype. And the next steps will be improve my UI, also explore different map options. In this case, I have a location-based, but I would like to try some rating-based or a list, so make it more interactive. And also I would like to dive deeply into UX writing. That's it for today. So thank you very much for your attention. And if you have any questions, I would love to answer them.
Amazing. I really love the community part. Like, it's super important. And I believe that you validate that into your research, like night research, by the way. So great job, Katerina. Really
Thank you.
Susana?
Yeah, so Katerina, excellent project. I'm really proud of you, super happy. What I liked a lot of things, I will tell you. But what I like the most is that you were very passionate showing your project. Yeah, that shows, and that thing really engages your audience. Yeah, so you can be just talking about the rock, but if you're passionate about it, everybody would love this rock. So congratulations for that. I think you explain your project very well. I really like that you show all the phases, the ideation, your sketches, how you made decisions to improve your prototype, how you iterate based on users' feedback, like super user-centric storytelling. And I really like your prototype as well. I think it's very clean. This green for me, it's all Bali, remote living, digital nomad for sure.
Nice.
So I just wanted to say congratulations. I think it was a really nice project. Please continue to do the things you want to do with it, and feel free to continuously ask your users how they feel about it, etc. So yeah, very, very positive. I really like it. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Diana?
Yeah, I also really like it too. Well done. The presentation was great. The final result was great. One thing that I especially like was how, so basically what you found out in your research, not only you translated that into the product, but also in the branding. So the reason behind your name, the tagline below, home far away from home, now I don't remember exactly. So how you connected that to your insights, I think that was great. So well done.
Thank you.
Nice. More, let me check if I have a raised hand. No? More comments? Well, you have a lot in the chat. Thank you, Katerina. Congrats. Nice, nice. And also, great copy. Great copy. The UX writing, you're doing great. Love it.
Thank you so much, everyone.
So now is the turn for Carlota.
Yeah, I will. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. Let me know if you can see it.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, hi all, I'm Carlotta, as you all know. As of now, I'm going to share with you the whole process that led me to create, ideate this app, which is called I'm Listening. So the starting point is actually an issue, well, not really an issue, but something sometimes I actually find myself stuck with, not only me, also several friends of mine. So it is something that blocks me. It is something that is related to emotions. So people actually sometimes find it difficult to share their feelings with others, and they decide that to keep them to themselves. That is not really healthy. Conversation, on the other hand, is a powerful coping tool. It helps relieve stress. It promotes resilience. So thinking about these 2 points, I started with the first iteration of the hypothesis. That is, by creating a safe space where people feeling emotionally burdened or alone could talk about their feelings, will help them feel relieved and understood. So the next step was the research part. Of course, I did some desk research. I found that there were some apps, also video games actually, that supported people in sharing their own emotions. But then I went through the interviews and, of course, a survey to which 60 people actually answered. I was pretty surprised about that because I thought this is quite the sensitive topic, so not so many people will be willing to share a lot about it, but again, I was very surprised by the responses. I gathered here the main insights that derive from both the surveys and the interviews. In particular, from the surveys actually emerged something that was pretty much not very surprising. The fact that people usually, when they're feeling that they need to share their emotions, they need to share what they're going through, will usually go to their loved ones. So friends, family, the partners. But 62% of these people actually also said that whenever they're feeling stressed, they're feeling anxious, they are not likely to share at all. So I decided to focus on this bit during the interviews, asking people if there were situations in which they wouldn't really want to talk about what they were going through with their loved ones. And they said that, yes, definitely there are these kind of situations. And that's when they're feeling that they are afraid they might overwhelm them with just too much, or they're actually afraid to be judged. So talking about the sensitive topics that others might not understand. Some of the people I interviewed, and also during the surveys, it was mentioned online communities. So some people actually go to online communities, being social media, being also some, I would say, hair of forums like Reddit, to start sharing with others, and also look for replies from others, also for support from others. In this case, anonymity was key. So people decided to do that because they know they could not be recognized. On the other hand, it was also mentioned a couple of times that when going to an online community and actually starting to scroll down posts that were sad, angry, and kept increasing this level of negative emotions, actually made them feel worse. So these, the people I interviewed actually said that they were feeling their mental well-being was eroding. And one of them specifically said that the moment I decided to leave Reddit was the moment I started to feel so much better. Finally, some people also mentioned going to strangers. Well, not exactly going, but rather finding strangers to whom they could talk about what they were going through. In that case, the key point was that these strangers were going through something similar to them. So they found themselves in specific situations, and they knew that both of them actually had something in common. So they find a lot of comfort in sharing feelings with complete strangers. They knew nothing about themselves, going through a similar situation. They feel listened, they feel understood, something that sometimes with loved ones did not happen. So considering all of these things, I updated my hypothesis that became this. So by creating a safe space where people feeling emotionally burdened or alone can engage anonymously and feel a sense of belonging, will help them feel relieved and less alone. So now starts the ideation phase. I focused mainly on Crazy Eights with the support of some fellow boot campers. They gave me quite interesting ideas. Some of them I implemented in the app. I hope I can implement actually some more. And all of this resulting in quite a few iterations of sketches, actually, I would say, that then resulted also in wireframes and finally high fidelity prototype that I will show you later. I used both the wireframes and the high-level prototype to do some user testing. And these are some of the things that I decided then to change based on the user testing results. One thing that actually hit me a bit like a truck was the wording. So the words used to make people feel hopefully at home, welcomed in this app so that they could share their feelings were very, very important. At the beginning, I was told that some headlines were a bit, how could I say it, blunt, a bit almost brutal in what they were saying. While on the other hand, again, I wanted to be welcoming, like you're here, you don't have to worry, you can share what you're feeling, nobody will judge you. So I went through all the, let's say, all the copy, all the phrases, and tried to adjust them a bit more towards the sense of warmth. Again, sense of warmth also with the palette. In fact, I started from a teal palette, teal bluish, as you can see, also some violets, which was nice. My idea was to give some sense of peace, almost meditation-like, and in fact some feedbacks were that this actually reminds me sort of meditation app I'm using, and I said, well, that is fine, I guess. But then one comment said, it's a bit cool, a bit cold actually, a bit techy maybe, and I was like, no, that is definitely what I'm not going for. Again, what I'm going for is something warm, something that feels you accepted and welcome within the space. So I changed completely the palette, and I decided that my primary color was to be orange. So again, primary color would be the orange, then a softer orange, and then some navy blue for the text. Finally, I would also say that the mental health helplines link was a very nice addition, because a lot of apps that focus on psychological well-being, of course, are trying to help people out, but if somebody is going through a very rough period, maybe also related to some mental illnesses, an app is probably unlikely to make you feel better. So adding links to useful mental health helplines was a suggestion that I actually take to the heart and added to the home screen, and I would probably also add it to more screens to have it always there. Finally, the home screen, thanks to the suggestion from an instructor, I actually updated a bit, because it was a bit old style, let's say, in the sense that in the home screen itself, there were these big buttons from which you could navigate and go to the specific contents. But right now, the trend is to have immediately content as soon as you actually enter the app. So I changed that. So after this, I say we can go to the prototype. Let me know if you can see it. Can see the switch, I hope so. So this is, I'm listening. I will start with the login. I'm already registered. So as you can see in the home screen, what you see first are my posts. So these are things that I've already shared, as you can see 2 days ago, this one on the 31st of March. And for this one in particular, I actually can see that I have a notification. So somebody, a couple of people actually replied to this particular post of mine. But at the moment, I feel I have to share my burden. So, okay, let's go share something else. So I'll click on share. And here you can see that the first choice would be to decide for a mood, an emotion. So in particular, right now, I'm feeling a bit insecure, I have to say. So clicking insecure, I'm actually feel a bit insecure about my career. So career, well, career, it's work. The idea of the category that you can see here is that once I post this particular thought, other people may look for it. So this is the main way through which I try to give this stranger the sense of belonging to something. So like, I'm having issues at work, maybe someone else is actually going through something similar. Maybe they can actually give me help on this. So categorizing your thought actually supports this. I then also decide to allow replies, because I'd like to have some support, some helping hand from others, and I share my feelings. As you can see, it's quite straightforward. I want it to be quite straightforward because, in my opinion, whenever you are feeling you need to share something, you have to do it fast. Otherwise, you just keep accumulating. And, well, I shared, of course, I won't receive immediate answers, but why not listen to others, show them my support? I can do that. So I'll go to listen, and here you can see some posts of other people. The category is work right now because I actually just posted something about work, but you can choose another category if you prefer, or just go with random. So I would say that Leo, I totally get you, Leo. Like, yes, my boss used to do that as well. So I'm showing you my support. I can actually just finish here. I mean, Leo, I'm showing you something is a reaction, but still Leo knows that I'm thinking about him. But no, I actually want to give you some piece of advice because I went through a similar situation. So I'll just write something here, send Leo my regards, and also I hope a piece of my help, and that's it. So going back to the presentation, This was, I mean, as I said, quite straightforward. The idea is that people just jump into the app, share what they want to share, maybe give a helping hand to others. So what's next? Definitely build some tutorials to show people how to use the app, and also an onboarding flow. Develop the understand section that I don't know if you noticed, but there is actually another section in the bottom left part, which was suggested to me during a Crazy 8, and I actually investigated it a bit, and then was suggested once again from a user. In this case, the understand part would focus more on understanding my own emotions, because sometimes I feel something. I feel this rumbling in my chest, but I cannot really pinpoint what emotion is that, right? So the idea here would be to give some tutorials, maybe some link to specific articles that can give you some hints on actually how to pinpoint that emotion that is emerging from yourself. And another thing that I would like to add is a doom scroll notification. This derives from the little piece of the interview I shared with you earlier on, which was that one person actually looking at an online community, Reddit posts actually kept scrolling through these posts, and they were sad and angry and kept feeling so bad and so riled up. The doom scroll notification is this idea that after a few posts that I've read, and a small notification comes out and then says, okay, you've read the 10 posts today. Do you want to continue? So I actually have time to stop, think a bit and say, yeah, okay, I'm feeling fine. And then I keep doing it. Otherwise, okay, no, actually, I'm not feeling that good. And that's it. That's close for today. Lessons learned. First of all, I'd like to start actually from the second one, which is user testing is the way. It's so important. I first saw it during our first, let's say, phase of the course, but also during the user testing of my own prototype. It's so simple to lose yourself in your own design. I mean, I've read many articles about it, but then I noticed there are things that you simply don't notice. I mean, you say, how could I not see that? It was so clear. Well, it wasn't. So user testing is definitely very, very important. And the third point, words are as important as color, because it's true that a palette will give some ideas, some sensations, hopefully some emotions, but also, as I saw from some user testing results, words will give also an idea and a sensation and an impression of your own app. So this is it. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone, instructors, TAs, and my fellow boot campers. It was an awesome journey with you all. Do you have any questions?
Great, Carlota. Great topic.
Thank you.
Susana?
Hey, Carlota, I really love your presentation as well. Well done. Congratulations.
Thank
We're
you.
proud as well. I think your topic is great. I think we don't talk enough, or we don't have products enough, or we don't discuss enough emotions. Actually, this should be like in primary school for everybody, but that's another topic. I really like how you explain your project, like all the steps you did, why you took decisions. You were also showing being very passionate and say, yeah, when user, he said this, and then I did this and that. So I really love that. I also appreciated like you explaining why you changed the colors and that. So everything is important, right? How you perceive it, the tone of voice, how you speak, what you say, especially if it's regarding or related to emotions, right? People probably are already with something going on, so it's super sensitive. Like in your case, is like very like priority number one, I think. I do have two questions for you.
Sure.
So because like so you had like the possibility for users to like or support, but also to comment, to reply. And did you thought about how could you in the future moderate these comments or somehow protect a little bit the
Yes, it is actually one of the things I thought about the most. I also got some support about this during the Crazy 8s. First thing, I think moderation would be needed. So the posts I post are not directly sent to the community. So there is a delay through which maybe an AI, maybe somebody would actually read it through and see if there are some sensitive comments, or even a post, maybe a post of somebody not feeling well, suicidal, hopefully not, but to be, of course, reported, because that is the case. Maybe, I don't know if you noticed, but there was also the report button at the bottom once you're in the post. Like, if you actually see something that is a bit not that good, you can actually report it. Not only this, but another thing was, oh my God, let me think. There was another solution I thought about, this one, and oh God,
It's
it doesn't
okay.
come to my mind now.
You
But
don't
yes,
have to have it now, but
for
probably
sure.
this is something when you start going to interviews, etc., that people will ask you. So I would put it there as well, that you thought
Yes.
about it, and this is how you think that you
Yes.
could solve it, or at least start to think about
Yes.
it. I think
Actually, it came to my mind. I'm sorry, Susanna. So the idea is that I can reply to other people, but this reply, only the people that receives it will see it. So it won't be public. It won't be like a post on Facebook and then I can see all the comments and everything. So the single reply would just go to the person who asked for a comment, asked for a piece of advice. The idea here is that, and it seems from some research more or less that actually works, that you avoid the trolls, in the sense that trolls, I don't know if you know about, well, trolls, I guess most of people know about them. Trolls love to be seen. So if they can create a ruckus, create noise, annoy people, and see that people are annoyed, they feel good. So in the moment you actually remove that, so you remove the publicity pretty much, because yes, they can actually annoy one person, but then that's it. They won't probably even come.
Yeah. Okay, great. So I would test it if you can, or
Yes.
at least add it to your project, because I think people will ask you this question for sure when
Yes.
you talk about your
Agreed.
project.
Thanks.
And I only had another question.
Mhm.
It was, so the idea here is that, okay, when this app is a solution that helps people for them to release their feelings or their emotions whenever they feel the need to do it. So did you thought, or with your research, or I don't know, like with your intuition, do you think people will how do you think you will create the habit for the users to actually open the app when they have emotions going on? And you don't have to answer these now as well, you can think about it if you want, because like you can have this idea, okay, this is an app for people to use it, but what actually will make them go to the phone and open the app when they are experiencing something that they need to release? Or how do they know that they need to release?
That is a very nice question. I might think about, but it just coming to mind, notifications. But it would be, at that point, I think it would be interesting to implement a sort of mood calendar thing, right? Okay, today how you felt, or this morning how do you feel? So sometimes coming a notification, and then if I'm feeling bad, like, geez, I'm so freaking angry now, I'm gonna write about my boss on this app and tell everyone about it. It actually reminds me that, oh yeah, I have actually this app to talk about it. It could be a thing, but yeah, it needs to be investigated more.
Think about it, just think about it. I think it's cool, like in your projects, if you have this, so far you have this project, but if you show that you have thought about this or that, or you want to explore, it shows that you are very like into it, very like, eager. And I see the example of the boss coming a lot of times. You don't have problems.
What might that mean?
Okay, congratulations again, Carlotta.
Thank you so
Very
much.
nice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carlotta. So now it's the time for Dalila.
Yes. So let me share my screen. Okay, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, well, hello, everybody. So I'm Dalila, for those who don't know me. So my project is about an application to fight against food waste. It has no name at the moment because it's not my main priority, but let's continue. So the idea came mainly from back when I was living in Brussels, a popular Facebook group to fight against food waste. And also simple observation every time that I'm going to the public garbage to throw my to the public container, sorry, to throw my garbage, I can see a lot of wasted food. So when we had to come with an idea, I just think about this. So at the beginning, my hypotheses were related with sharing that in Barcelona, in order to push people to exchange food, of course, they have to be related and to have to communicate between them. Also, that the fact that in fact there are solutions related to food waste, to fight against food waste in Barcelona, but barely nobody knows about it. And that obviously there is an issue with food insecurity, and that we are living in a society was basically really solitary. So on basis of that hypothesis, I did my survey with 112 participants, and I discovered some interesting results. First of all, most of the people are feeling guilty about wasting food. But nevertheless, even if they are feeling guilty, they never think about giving their leftovers or the food they don't want to eat to someone else. Also, we can see that most of the people would be okay to give food to strangers, but less people would be okay to receive food from strangers. So with those information, I did my user interview, and it permitted me to confirm some of my hypotheses and to discover new ones. For example, the fact that people are not really a bit closed when it's about to organize or to have social transaction with strangers. And a logical one that I didn't think about it is that obviously when you have a transaction with someone, you need to trust this someone. So with all these results, I did my fabulous affinity maps, and I created my 2 archetypes. Obviously, I have one archetype was giving, and the other one was collecting. So the giver is the one with the financial stability, who doesn't know a lot about expiration date, who would like to reduce food waste, but also as he doesn't really want to communicate with people he doesn't trust, so he's not really ready at the moment to receive or to exchange food with strangers. And the other one was the collector, and was a person without a current financial stability, who wastes very little food, and would like to receive food from strangers, but this person has an issue with the social interaction and the organization part. So regarding this, thanks to this research, I add my new hypothesis, which was about community. So we believe that by putting in contact at first small groups, communities, or people geographically very close, that it will facilitate step by step the exchange of food between strangers. So after this began what it was the beginning, of the creation. At the beginning, I had a lot of ideas. I had so many flows that I didn't know if I would have the time to do all of them. And then began the nightmare, because when it was about the design itself, I felt like super lost. At the beginning, I thought, I really like this movie Into the Wild, so I'm going to take it as an inspiration. And also because like the main quote of the movie is like, happiness is only real when shared. So I thought, this is perfect. But when I tried, there was something wrong with it. After that, I think, okay, I really like the style of the TV show Euphoria. I'm going to try it. And then I felt like it was too much. So I think maybe I would have to do like something really simple and something that people, maybe something, how do you say that? Who looks like, that looks like something people are using every day. So I think about Instagram, Spotify, and I still had my idea of colors in my head, but I really needed something like usual for people. And for example, also regarding with the font, I found the font like by casualty, because I was on Instagram and I saw this story, and I thought, okay, I really like this font, so it was my main font from this moment. So yes, let's go with the flow. So imagine that I'm Anna, and I have like a current stability. I have a full-time job, okay? And in 2 days, I'm going on holidays with my friends. And the thing is that tonight I already ate, and tomorrow I will have a dinner with my mother. So I still have food in my fridge, and I would like to offer this food to my community. In my community, I have people from my yoga classes, from my neighborhood, my coworkers. I have people around me, and I have these people that have been suggested by my friends. So I know I can trust them. So I begin the process. I would offer food. I have some carrots. Okay, so the picture. Okay. I don't know. Yes, I already have picture. Okay. Let's pick an option. So the kind of food, it's vegetables. Detail, maybe carrot to offer. Okay, the quantity, I would say more or less like 500 grams. And yes, this person would have to eat them before the end of the week, more or less. Am I interested in exchange? Yes, if it's something dry or like canned goods, because I'm going on holidays. And yes, I would save this detail for future offer, because I'm always buying the same thing. So, okay. Continue. Okay, meeting points. Okay, so I'm living there. Padilla, Mallorca. Okay, there's a library. Okay. Perfect. The date, yeah, so I'm leaving on 19, so maybe tomorrow would be perfect. And before to go to work, maybe when I would take the metro, 8, okay. So here I can see like the summary of my offer, and that's it. I finished my flow. Okay, so to arrive to this flow, I passed through a lot of phases, and I don't even consider this flow is finished. So, for example, at the beginning, I was really doubting about putting colors or not in the background. Then I felt that it was not what I wanted to show to the audience, that it was, I don't know, it was contradictory with the message, even if I read that red was the color for sharing food, but there was something wrong for me. Thanks to the user testing, I could see that, for example, the 3 dots, for me, they were obvious, like because it means, etc. But it was not clear for the user, so I put the CEO instead. Like the cards of the communities, I changed them because I needed more space on the home page. I also changed like the favorite icon, the place of the favorite icon, sorry, because some users told me that it was taking too much space on the picture, on the picture. And I put smaller the menu bar because it was also taking too much place. So until last week, I had a super simple flow, and after reviewed, I separated in two parts. So first, now I have the food description and then the meeting information. I also put a back button as in case the user has to go back to the food description page. And so I add some features like the camera, the maps, and the summary page. But as it is a never-ending story, I'm going to continue working on this flow because I would like to do some other testing because, for example, like the quantity field in the food description part, I had like some negative and some positive results. So I would like, I will do, as advised by Diana, like separated flows according to the kind of food you're going to exchange. So in the so you can have like the different kind of units of measure accordingly to what you want to share. Also, like I was doubting about putting instead of the back button a clickable progress bar. So maybe it will be something more, I don't know, nicer. I don't know. I'm not sure yet. I also have to try it. Also, I would like to do another user testing with the due date, the expiration date, because at the moment, nobody told me anything, but maybe if there is a way like for the user to be, maybe it's better for the user to have the expiration date or the upload date. I'm not sure yet. So I would like to try it to test it again. Also, like on what I want to, the other flow I would like to create also would be like the calendar and the maps, because I think this could be really attractive and appealing flows, and you can do some nice thing with this, and it could be like a good way for the user to enter to this to do this exchange. Sorry. Also, the conversation flow would be something really important, as the application is mainly based on community and trust. So it would be important for people to talk between each other. And also, what I didn't show in the prototype in the flow is that obviously the user will be able to enter thanks to login in the app, thanks to a login page with the Google account or social media account. So it can already have like a base with suggested friends and build step by step his community or her community. Voila, that's it for me.
Nice, Dalila. Nice presentation. Thank you. Any comments or questions? Let's go with Barbara.
Yes, actually, I really like this option, and I'm a user of Olio now, and I can tell that I prefer much more how you build up this application and what kind of information you can share here. And one thing came to my mind related to this problem that you mentioned, that there are many people who don't want to actually use each other's food. Mm-hmm. That actually what we do here often, that when I exchange food, people don't want to meet me for this reason, that they prefer to be anonymous. So there is an option actually that you just leave the package on your stairway, so you don't need to meet each other. Someone just rings your bell, opens, and actually you can still, not admit that you use someone else's food. So maybe it's a nice way to put this kind of option for the delivery or the pickup, that you leave a package somewhere and you don't need to meet in person. Just to
Thank you, Barbara.
Diana?
Great job, Daniela. It was very nice to see your final result, and especially like I'm trying to remember how you started the whole process, and I think it was really good how you challenge everything from the very beginning. You started with your 5 whys, and then you were like, yeah, but I'm not convinced. And then you start with your research, and you're like, yeah, but I'm not convinced about what I'm finding out. I don't understand. Is that right? Is it the right direction? So I think it was a good attitude to go towards this process, and it was nice to see then the final result and how everything evolved from your 5 whys to the final solution. So good job.
Thank you.
Who else? I don't have any more raised hands. Thank you, Daniela.
Thank you.
Next is going to be Maria Cristina.
Hi.
Perfect.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you for being here. I would like to start by mentioning some numbers about fashion, so we can put it in a pin and think about it. Europeans consume an average of 26 kilos of textile per year, and they throw 11 kilos in the same year, and only the 13% of that are recycling in some way, and only the 1% is recycled to produce a new fiber. So with this information, I think about it, and I found this call that or call to action that I also want to share with you. That is, ethical and sustainable fashion is not a product; it's a practice. Everyone is invited to participate. There is no obligation to buy, and you can get started right now, today. With these inputs, I want to present you Sustainable. My name is Cristina Fanador, and this is my first UX UI project. When I was searching a topic to develop this project, I started to think about it, and I realized in the industry that I already currently work, we always have this question: is the consumer prepared and understand what is fashion sustainable? So with this why, I make my initial hypothesis. That is, I believe that if we give more information about fashion sustainability, people who wants to buy clothes in a more conscious and ethical way will be able to do it. After all my research, when that I have 28 surveys and 5 interviews and a lot of desk research, I make my affinity map that summarized in 11 topics that give me 9 insights, but I want to focus only in one. That is this one. It's necessary to have at least the information about the materials, the place of production, the way of manufacturing, the distribution, and how the ends of the cycle life of the garments will be. With all this information, users of sustainable fashion can realize if a garment is really sustainable or not. Also, I have some how my ways. I also have 9, but I only focus in 2. The first one is how we gather all the information requires to identify if a garment is really sustainable or not, and how we give the user all the information that they need about sustainable fashion. With all this, I make my new hypothesis, that is, poor education about all the aspects of fashion sustainable makes for the fashion consumer harder to correctly evaluate all the characteristics that the garment must meet to consider as sustainable. So with this hypothesis, I finish all my research phase, and then I start. I missed the persona that also I call Carolina, that she is a fashion lover, but she also cares about environment, and she really wants to change his habits, her shopping habits in a more conscious way. Then I start my ideation phase with the crazy aids that my classmates help me, and I get a lot of ideas from here to put it to the app. Then I start to sketch a lot of site maps and low fidelity prototypes that give me a lot of ideas to rethink about how to do it. And finally, I start to work in Figma to make my first flow that I test, and I get some feedbacks that I already improved some of them as I use different sizes for identify the important levels of the sections, add the progress bar, make a menu bar, the option to name the garment, add some tips or advices, and change the names of some of the sections to for better understanding. Also, in the moment that I was changing all these things in the Figma, I continue working in my mood board and styles, and I choose this palette with few colors to keep easy and organized, combining the eco label ring that is this ring that I love it, with white and dark gray. And my goal was transmit wellness, sustainability, nature, and proximity to the user. So this is my prototype. You can see?
Yes.
So now this is the home page where you can see all the sections of the app. The first one is evaluate your clothes. The second one, test your knowledge. Learn. That is going to be a lot of research and information about sustainability. Your profile closet, about us, because one of the most important in sustainability is the transparency in all the process. And well, here's we are in the closet of Carolina, and then she wants to evaluate one garment. She wants to evaluate a black denim jacket. So she starts to make all the questions about his jacket. That the most important question is, you really need it? Because sometimes we thought that we really need it and it's not. So I think that it is very important to start with this question. So we go to the second question, that is about if it's new or secondhand. Then the composition, the garment, the mating of the garment, that probably in this case is going to be in another continent. Also the lifespan ends of the garment, if you know about that. And the last one is the eco label of the garment, that in my surveys and my interviews, I find that a lot of people doesn't know what's an eco label meaning. So at the end, this app gives you a result of the garment you're testing and give you an advice. So you can add to closet. Now you will start in the closet, Carolina's closet, that also give you a percentage of the sustainable of the Carolina's closet in this case, and give you the information, the number of garments that you already tested or evaluate. So we can go to the closet, we can see that all the garments has like the percentage, and then we can go to evaluate a new garment, or get some tips. For example, for Carolina, we suggest as the app to make the eco label test. In that way, she gonna learn more about this topic, and then they can go to the test area that you can see here. A lot of tests, or she can go back and evaluate another garment. I'm gonna go back to my presentation. So in my next steps, I want to develop the onboarding screens, the login, the test section, the learn section also, make some answers a little bit interactive, and make more user testers test to improve that. I hope you enjoy sustainable, and thank you for listening. If you have any question, I will be happy to answer.
Nice job, Maria Cristina. I remember your research presentation that you were kind of digging deeper into the research. Nice process and nice presentation. I really like it.
Thank you.
Questions? Senia?
I feel like you have sustainable 2022. Like, are you gonna update? It doesn't mean like each year, like the eco labels change or something. Why there's like the year that we are in right
Well,
now?
I think that I want to add it because all the time sustainable is changing. All the laws also is changing about the sustainable that the industry have to apply to the companies. It's a thing that right now, like 5 years ago, we don't think about that, and now I think that we must start to think, to have it in mind.
Great job.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senia. Diana?
Yeah, just want to say great job. And I really like the gamification kind of part of the whole closet functionality. I think it was flowing very well and it felt like very engaging. So well done. Really like that part.
Thank you so much.
And last, Carlota?
Yeah, I want to say I love also the choice you did for the palette. That green was for me was spot on. I really liked it. And I maybe I missed it. I'm not sure. But is there also a section in which you actually see the sustainability of the brand? So maybe what they claim, specific data about some brands or something like that.
Yes, this is a feedback that I really have, but I don't want to say like that brand is more sustainable than the other one. I want only give a tool that you can help in any brand, and don't give you an option like oh no, because then I feel that we start to give some like advice that can be not real. And for me, it's like keeping simple, give a tool that give you information, and then you get a result that you want, and make the decision that you want also. So for that reason, I don't involve in any brand, any other, because there is a terminology that I like it a lot, and it's very easy to go in. That is greenwash.
Yeah. I was thinking the same. Yes, exactly. Because they can say whatever they want. We don't really know what's behind, actually, right? So no, I really love your idea. Thanks. It was very nice.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Maria Cristina. So good afternoon, ladies. Thank you for joining a second session for the UX UI design demo day. The girls are going to present their final project after 10 weeks, based on all the knowledge that they have learned so far. And I wish you the best luck. You know your projects more than anyone, so do your best. I'm going to be watching the recording tomorrow to congratulate you all. So let's start with the first one, Iria.
Yes. Okay, so let me just share my screen. So here it is. I hope you can see it.
Perfect.
Okay. So hello, everyone. As you may know, my name is Iria Garcia, and today I'm super glad to be telling you about the project that I've been working for the last 10 weeks, which is Kodama. But first, let me ask you a question. How are your houseplants doing? I say it because I used to be the ultimate plant annihilator, and so I wanted to come up with a solution to help those new beginner houseplant owners. So when I did my desk research, what I learned is that there are already lots of solutions, including apps, but most of them focus on reminders and on in-depth information on species, that few solutions are targeting beginners, and also that Google is still the main solution. So what I wanted to learn from my research are actually 3 questions. So how are we killing our houseplants? What are the main pain points? What is engaging people to the hobby? So what are the main happy moments? And if there is something really deterring beginners from having more houseplants. Also, I needed to fight my own assumption that everyone is just like me, and so they keep forgetting on watering the plants. So I did just that. I did my research, I posted my survey, I did my interviews, and what I learned is that actually forgetting to water the plants is just a part of a bigger problem. That problem is that almost half of the plants that we killed die because either improper watering or because we forget to water them. So from here, I extracted some insights. So the first one is that what we enjoy about having houseplants is actually to see them grow, and that most people don't forget to check on their plants, but they have many doubts, especially related to watering, and that makes them make mistakes. Also, that beginners feel confused and overwhelmed by the information that they find on the internet. So from here, I extracted 3 very clear jobs to be done, and those are that we need to teach the user how to properly water their plants. We need to provide them with reliable information on any doubts they might have, and also that we need to allow them to see how the plants are growing. So I jumped into the ideation phase, and I want to thank all my fellow bootcampers for all the great ideas that they gave me in the brainstorming sessions. I started drawing all the solutions that I had in mind. I started talking to potential users and discussing what kind of features they'd like and what not. Also, I started to build my first low fidelity prototypes on Figma. And that is when everything started to fall in place, when I started to understand the flow and what was the main idea about. So mainly this phase was about dropping everything that was non-essential to the 3 jobs to be done. So the idea was taking shape. So let me tell you what is Kodama about. So it's a subscription-based service that every month lets you choose from a selection of beginner-friendly plans. And those plants, what the user doesn't know is that those plants fall into 3 categories: plants that love to be watered frequently, plants that almost need no watering, and more balanced plants. So the idea is that the category will change every month, so the user gets to have a variety of plants and a variety of needs, and they get to learn that the best practice to keep them healthy is just check on the soil before watering and check regularly on the plants. So to do that, the service includes an app. And the app has several features that are designed to fulfill those 3 jobs to be done. The app is based in journaling. So every time that the collector takes care of one of their plants, they would just add a new entry, and those entries will guide them on how to water the plants. And also the user can set reminders if he's the forgetful kind like me. There are also other features that are designed to clear any doubts that they might have, like species information, tutorials, or even the possibility to ask an expert for their opinion. And of course, if you follow all these stages, all these steps, your plant will get to grow. And I thought that it would be nice that they could see it in a time lapse. So now for the inspiration, I took the name Kodama. Kodama are in Japanese folklore, they are the spirits that inhabit trees. And so I liked it how it conveys the idea that every plant has a different character. For the visuals, I decided to go with this old library cards style because I like how it transmits the idea of something that can easily organize information and you have the possibility to add new entries. So from here, I came up with this very minimalistic palette, just white and black. I designed these card-like elements, and also I used typography with serif for some titles. But also I wanted to have a third color. And another thing that I realized in my desk research is that most apps use just white and green, which to me felt like a lost opportunity to actually make the photos stand out. So I went with this pinkish orangey color, which talks about terracotta pots, but also to me speaks about something intimate that you would do when you are relaxed at your home. So before jumping into the prototype, let me tell you what needed to be changed after the user testing. So I needed to do some change on readability. For example, here the text was not readable. Here the card would get lost. It was not seen. And so I went with this final solution. Also, I needed to change the information architecture because at the beginning, all the features were merged in the journal page, but the users were having trouble finding it. So I just gave a section for every one of them. And also I needed to highlight the relevant elements of the flow because users were not seeing them, and they were important for the care of the plant. So let's jump now into the prototype. Here it is. Let's say that I've been using this application for a while now, and today I'm going to take care of Matilda. So I can check some information on her species. I can also see a summary of the entries that I added, and now I'm going to add a new entry. So the entries have 3 steps, and every step has detailed tutorials. So if I'm feeling confused, I can always check here, see what it's all about. And the first step, of course, is about checking the soil moisture. So depending on the soil moisture and the plant, I will get different suggestions. But let's say that the soil is completely dry and I'm doing a thorough watering. I will miss it too. And let's go for the next step. So the next step is about checking the plant. I can learn to identify common issues. Let's say I'm seeing a bug in the plant. So let's register that. But still, after reading the tutorials, I'm having doubts. So I might need the help of an expert. I can type my own question. I can add my own photo and just post the request. So let's go for the final step, which is, of course, taking a picture for the time lapse. So the objective here is I need to fit the pot inside this square. I can drag it if it's necessary. I can also see the last photo I took with a low opacity, so I can fit the pot properly, and I could take my photo. And at the entry, where I'll get to be in my journal, I get to see the time lapse of the plant growth. I can see all the entries that I've added and the help request that I posted. And while I wait for it to be answered, I could also go to my homepage and enter the reminders, learn how is the average time for Matilda to need water again. I could set a reminder for her or for all the plants if I need it. And just before finishing, if I forgot to ask for help of an expert in the journal stages, I could do it from here. Maybe nothing's wrong. I just want to know if I'm doing okay. So I would ask for a journal review and just post the request. And that's everything for my prototype and from my presentation. I hope that you liked it. And please let me know if you have any questions.
Good job, Iria. Really nice to see the final result. Well done.
Thanks.
I really like how the presentation in general, and yeah, just like how you explain the whole process, how you challenge your own assumptions at the beginning, like when you said, oh, it's all about forgetting about watering the plant, but no, there is like a bigger word inside that.
Exactly.
So yeah, well done.
Thank
Does
you.
anybody have any questions or feedback?
Not a question, just feedback. It's amazing.
Thank
I
you,
really liked
Emily.
how you showed the like what you needed to change from the user test as well. That was super cool. And also the time lapse thing. That's so amazing. I just want the app for that.
Thanks.
So yeah, well done. It's amazing.
That's what I wanted to do with the time lapse. Everyone is going to get engaged with the time lapse, so they will just forget how to water the plants, but they keep at it.
It's the kind of thing that makes you come back to the application, right? So if it's all about watering the plant, it means that you need to come back to the app every day and write your journal. So if you have that motivation about, oh, okay, like if I take a picture today, then I can do the water plant, then it's just a way of getting the user back. So I think it's a great idea.
Exactly, because in the end, watering plants is not rocket science, so they will learn it and how I make it return and keep buying plants. So
exactly. Great. Awesome. Well done.
Thank you.
Any other questions or feedback or comments? Jen.
Yeah, so will it tell you how much to water as well? I always have a problem with mine and I'd love an app like yours. So would it tell you like how many mils of water that the specific plant would need or for the size or things like that?
Yeah, the millimeters you mean. Yeah. Not actually, because that depends on the plant, on the weather, on the pot. It depends on many things, but they could give you hints in the tutorials. Yeah.
Great. I definitely need that app.
Me too.
Yeah,
we're waiting for you to develop it, Iria.
Yeah, I'll be sure to do it.
Go Beatrice.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, I really enjoyed the fact that you can edit and give a name to your own plant, because I usually do that as well. So that's an amazing idea. I really enjoyed that.
Thank you. I did that because of the spirit thing, like they have character, but also what happens if you have two plants of the same species? How do you differentiate it?
Yeah, but great job. I really enjoyed it.
Thanks.
Awesome. Perfect. Millie, you're next.
All right, let's go. All right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so, oops, sorry. Right, so many times I heard people around me say that they want to draw, but then they just don't do it. And I think that really got me interested. And because drawing has been demonstrated to be such a great coping tool for stress and anxiety and to increase creativity in general. So I thought, oh, in these stressful times, it could be a really great way to just relax and recharge. And I was looking to see if there would be if it would be useful to create a tool to help these people and what it might look like. So I decided to focus my research around these adults that want to draw more but have trouble doing so. So my initial hypothesis around this was very much around the tools and like decisions. What am I going to draw? How am I going to draw it? And all that. And I thought that was the source of the problem. But then I dug a little bit deeper, and then I realized that maybe it's around confidence or your perceived level of confidence in your skills. So I went with this initial hypothesis, which is that I believe that finding a way to help adults build confidence in their drawing skills will achieve increased drawing practice, develop skills, and proficiency over time. So that's what I decided to base my research on. I wanted to find out how one's perceived level of confidence and your ability can affect your drawing practice, and also how we could overcome this. And I just wanted to talk with these people, find out why they wanted to draw, when they do it, how confident they feel, why they struggle, how they work around this, how they feel, and how often that happens, and what's the result of that. So I went on to do some desk research. I sent out a survey and I did some user interviews. So I found out many, many, many things. And to kind of clear a path and all that, I did some affinity mapping and empathy maps to have hopefully a better idea what was going on. But actually, as you can see, my mirror board it was very full, and I had very many different avenues to explore. So I decided that I needed to dig a little bit deeper to find those key insights and who I wanted to focus on. So I went on to create my archetype and work around their user journey to find what pain points I wanted to tackle for my project. So meet the self-critic. And his journey can be summarized to this. So from there, this is the user journey that I created from that experience. So it has very high moments, very low moments, and then at the end, you're feeling kind of happy because you relax, but also you're not super happy with what you did. So the general experience isn't that great. So that's what I wanted to focus on, and these are the insights that I gathered from all that information around the self-critic. So the goals and needs of a self-critic is they want to draw more in their free time, but also they want to do it well. But at the same time, they want to relax and get creative. Their frustrations and pain points are around struggling to focus, rarely being happy with the outcome of their drawings, and they tend to have a hard time to share with others in fear of criticism. And then last but not least, their behaviors. So they engage in drawing, but they go on that emotional roller coaster that I was telling you about previously. They pause a lot, they doubt themselves along the way, and then they start over multiple times, and then, they just give up because they're frustrated and just dissatisfied. So after all that, I realized I had to revise my hypothesis because it was way off my initial thoughts, and I centered it around mindfulness and trying to find a way to counteract the dark side of perfectionism while you're drawing, which would hopefully increase levels of just drawing more, build resilience, and just your overall well-being. So I then centered my how might we use so around these things. So first of all, how might we help them understand and overcome the perfectionism while drawing? How might we help them focus? How might we help them, with focus and motivation? And then how might we provide a solution for relaxation and emotional relief? So then the fun part came, the ideation part. I love this part. So thank you to everyone who helped me with the crazy eights and just talking about this project and listening to me ramble about my things. So we did a lot of brainstorming, crazy eights, went on to do user flows, and I sketched a lot, as you can see behind me. I had a lot of stuff hanging on my walls. Here's a little preview of that. And then I moved on to wireframes and did some user testing at the same time, which helped me really evolve the wireframes. Each time I did a test, I would just add something or remove something or do it differently and then test it again and test it again and test it again. And I spent a really long time actually doing this wireframe and testing session, and I didn't apply the UI until very late in the project. So I just kind of evolved my wireframes at this point. And then, so I moved on to the UI design finally. And this is kind of a brain dump of my my ideas that I had around this project. So since it was now centered around mindfulness, I wanted it to be, kind of like to let yourself be free and not overthink things and everything like that. So my first idea was something playful and relaxed. I thought about like skills and like building skills, building blocks, and I had this idea of using geometric shapes to represent those skills and breaking things down into smaller steps so you can just go along, move along. So I can show you a little bit of how this started. So I went through many iterations on my UI. So this is the shape thing that I was telling you about. And then I moved on to something softer because I thought the shape thing was a little bit too much. So this was another version of it. And then I thought about aura photos. And aura photos basically are well, photos of your aura, and they're represented through colors. And usually you can get one or two colors, and then sometimes, like in an ideal scenario, you get a rainbow, and that means that all your different like channels are open and like you're in a good place. So I thought, oh, maybe this is connected to what I'm trying to do, make people feel better, feel good while they're drawing. So I wanted to explore that concept a little bit further too. And then I went down a rainbow kind of aura-esque design, and I played with those shapes again. And then after doing some testing with these, I had some feedback that maybe it was a little bit too vibrant and not relaxing enough. So I wanted to explore just more like cooler colors and softer colors. So I started exploring those, and that finally brought me to my current version of the prototype. So I'm going to show you around that. And so the idea here is like, what if you could have this feel-good companion in your pocket that you can just take out whenever you need it, when you want to draw, and it can just be there for you, helping you to like just get through the drawing and feel better while you're doing it and after it. So I'll show you this prototype. So this first journey is for the first-time user. So just after they signed up, they will land on this screen, which welcomes you, and then it tells you to start your first lesson, to start your journey. So that's what we're going to do now. So as you can see here, the first unit of learning here is about mindful drawing. So you start by learning the basics. So you click, and then you can have detail, and this is where you find out that actually it's an audio lesson. So you can view the lesson outline here, the different activities. So warm up, draw your breath, marks and sounds. That's cool. Okay, interesting. Yep, I'm ready. I have a few minutes. I have my headphones, have my pen and paper. Okay. I'll let you relaxation, everything. All right, cool. Let's go. And then here, so you land on the player, which you can launch. And this is an audio lesson, so I can't show you this part right now. But after a while, the user interface kind of removes itself. So it focuses on the just these, like the colors change. So you're not distracted from your drawing, and then you just have that countdown. And whenever you feel ready, like whenever you need it, you just tap and the interface comes back. You can finish your lesson and move on to the next one. So you've completed the first one, then you can go and do the next lesson and see which one comes after that too. So, okay, I'm feeling good. I'll do another one. And, oh, well, actually, you know what? I'm kind of tired right now, so I'm just gonna give up and go back. So now we're in the scenario where we've completed the first lesson. So now on the home screen, you have a shortcut to your current lesson, a few exercises that you can do here that are related to the time of day, and then some quick links to the timers. So I'll show you a little bit around the app. So you can go to lessons to view the different units here. You can go see the detail of the lessons, which ones you've completed. Okay. And also view the details if you want. And then if you want to focus, you can go to the timer and then just, okay, maybe a little bit longer. No, 30 minutes, I think that's good. And then, so for this focus timer, the goal here was to provide some support. So if you already know what you want to draw or what you want to do, that's fine. If you want some support, you can turn on the audio guidance, which is kind of like a guide at the beginning of the session and at the end of the session. So not so much during the session, but to not distract you, but just to get you in the mood, and then like at the end to assess what you've done and be grateful and we'll do some, yeah, that sort of thing. And then you can also turn on the music, which would be specifically made to help you focus. So then you can start. So timer looks like this, very simple, with a countdown here, and then you can pause it. Oh, what's that? So there's a little message here telling me that, oh, if I need a break, I need a pick-me-up, I can try this exercise. So that's quite cool. I might do that, but actually, you know what? I'm just done with this session for right now, so just close that. Oops, or resume. And yeah, I'm just done with this session now. So also I can continue, but I'm done for now. So I'll just close this. And then the last part of this app is practice. So these exercises here that you can do. So you can just view them here like this. And then if you want, you can filter them. So you have them by duration, and then let's see what's here. Meditation, mood, emotional release. Okay, that's cool. So I'm feeling a little bit anxious at the moment. So I think, you know, this anxiety thing looks pretty good. So I'm going to select that. And then these are also guided audio exercises. So yeah, that's it. Basically, that's the tour of my app. And next steps, I'd like to try to create an actual audio little session to test it out with users and see how that works, and continue to just test things out. And then lessons learned, lots and lots of lessons learned. I realized that I also have a problem with perfectionism. So without realizing it, I created an app that's like directly oriented towards me, where in the beginning I was trying to do something completely disconnected, but that's a good lesson learned. And then testing, as the other girls mentioned before, super important, because you think you got something clear and then it's not clear at all. And what else did I want to say? Yeah, just tying it to the user. So I really tried to stay close to my initial research, and then tying my app to those, like, how might we use and the goals that I wanted. So really like creating a drawing companion for self-critics, to help them understand and overcome that perfectionism, to help them focus, and then last but not least, have those quick like drawing exercises to relax. And that's it. So I'd love your feedback, and you have any questions, or if you want to see anything further, just get in touch with me and I can show you.
Well done. That's great. I love how you basically made, like, you took one feature, which is listening to audio, and then you remix it in multiple ways, like with different kind of concept, different UI patterns. That's amazing. I think you did like a really great job there. Well done. I also like the user journey part. I think that you like one would think, okay, one, like, what's the journey of the user drawing? They sit down and they draw. No, it's actually, like you said, it's a roller coaster. So mapping all the emotion, I think it was very good.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
Any questions? Any comment?
I actually loved the part where you like had the audio and you were able to make everything disappear, but like just the timer and have it like in small, which I thought it was super sensitive, because like I feel like the normal timer in your phone, it stresses you out. I think it's the size of the typo or the font that stresses you out. So I thought you were really mindful in that part, and yeah, I really loved it. Yeah, I would definitely use it.
Oh, cool. That's awesome. Thank you.
Yo, Carlotta.
Yep. Hi, Emily. I thought it was great, and I actually loved that you decided to go for, let's say, more muted colors at the end, right? Nothing too bright, nothing, no shapes, which is cool because you say, okay, it's a drawing probably, but still it can be very, very distracting. And maybe I see this shape and then I say, oh gosh, I need to draw this. I mean, there were simple shapes, of course, right? But still might create a sort of expectation somehow, while yours is really like the journey. You start from zero, from not really be willing to draw anything, let's say, and then you develop this habit and this willingness to actually draw. So I really, really like it, Emily.
Thank you. Yeah, that was the intention. I decided to strip everything away so it was focused on just that audio kind of aspect. Yeah.
Great, really.
Go, Tanya.
Just to say, great job, proud of you, Emily.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for helping me. I think I wouldn't have made it through this course without your help, everyone, honestly. Yeah, thanks.
Esther.
Emily, I just want to also congratulate. It's super cool what you did. I also especially like the UI, the colors, everything. Really.
Thanks.
I think we lost Esther.
I think we lost her.
Okay. They'll come back. Cool. That's great. So, Beatriz, you want to go next?
Yeah, sure.
All
Let me
yours.
share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Not yet? Yes.
Yep. Okay. So, hi everyone. Thank you for joining me today. For those that you don't know me, my name is Beatriz. I'm an aspiring UX UI designer, and this is my story. So, I'm an entrepreneur. I primarily work from home, but I occasionally search for other workspace options, such as cafes. And in one particular day, I actually spent over 3 hours walking from cafe to cafe, hoping that I could find the perfect workspace solution that would respond to my needs. And you might be asking, like, was I successful? Well, not exactly. So when I started asking if it would be okay if I would work in that particular place, the responses were negative. So either they were about to close, they did not have any power outlets or available tables at the moment, or they wouldn't even allow me to work there. So this made me frustrated, confused, and made me wonder if this was also a problem for other people like myself. But luckily enough, I was already in allWomen's UX UI course, and that allowed me to put this problem to the test and try to come up with a solution. So I first started doing my desk research. I surveyed over 60 people, and I interviewed 10 users with 2 goals in my mind. The first one was to identify whether remote workers have trouble working from home, and also to try to find if they were trying to actually search for other workspace options, and if during that search they had any issues. So I started gathering my data, organizing through affinity mapping. I kind of struggled with this part because I had really a lot of data to assess. I decided to categorize into 5 different groups, make it a very visual, and this really helped me out. And afterwards, I took those 5 categories and I filtered out the important findings and started creating my own insights. At the end of my research, I concluded 3 things. So the first one is that renting a co-working space is far too expensive for remote workers, particularly for solo workers and freelancers. So they have told me that home is still their preferred workspace solution. The second one is that I also found this interesting, that home is a workplace for distractions. So some users said that the mobile phone, social media, even the fridge could stop them from having a productive workday. So sometimes the best thing, a solution that they would have is to just go outside and take a break. And the third one is when they would start searching for the actual other workspace options, remote workers often find it hard to discern beauty from function. What I meant was that they sometimes ask, will this workspace actually suit my needs, or is it just pretty for being pretty? So my initial problem statement was remote workers in the Lisbon area are having a hard time working from home and are therefore looking for other workspace options. But after my research, I actually found that not all remote workers are having a hard time because they have access to an office besides their home, and they also do not feel alone because they're part of a team. So this problem is actually related to global solo workers, be it digital nomads, freelancers, entrepreneurs, because they do not really have an office and a tight-knit team. So they try to look for other options in the outside world, but they feel heavily frustrated with what they find, and therefore they just prefer to stay at home. So then I started my ideation phase. I already knew that I wanted to design an app for solo remote workers, but with the brainstorming that I did with all of you, and also what has been done by other competitors, I decided to focus on 2 things. So the first one, I wanted to build an app to help remote workers find the best workspace options near them in real time. And also I wanted them to be able to build real connections with like-minded people that wish to have some company while they're working outside. So then I went to my initial sitemap and wireframing. My main goal was to actually test out the user's ability to find a workspace option near them and book a specific table from a workspace. But actually, my low fidelity didn't take me that long because I had a very clear idea what I wanted to do. So I really jumped right to the mid and high fidelity. And yeah, I would like to introduce you to my app, Endspace. So when I was brainstorming my brand name, I really wanted to focus on an imagery that described exactly what I want this app to be. And I thought about ants because they're very strong, powerful creatures, the most hardworking animals on the planet. And they're also very social. So I think that goes according to exactly what I want to build here. And a couple of user testings that I've done. So in the beginning, I had what you see on top. So it was a color palette, very formal, very nature. I thought about what you can find in co-working spaces. So you have plants, you have metal, and just very serious. But when I tried to see, hey, do you like this? And just try to test it out, people were not very excited about it. So then I thought, okay, maybe I'm going to switch this around and I'm going to make it seem a bit like more fun and light and fresh. So I decided to go for this pink and reddish color as my primary color, and I still remained with the black, white, and green because I really enjoy this position. So then the second part that I wanted to test out was this idea that I had almost immediately, which was I wanted the person to be able to have a QR code reservation. And the first, on the left, you can see my first prototype of my first version. So in the first, my thought was that it would be interesting for the person to actually access in a single tap to their QR code reservation as soon as they got to the workspace. But then I realized it wouldn't be a very good option. So then I decided I think it would just be best if the person would be able to access inside the app in the menu header. So you have like a check-in option, and also give the option at the end of the payment to actually save it in Google Pay. So those options are available at this moment in my prototype. Thirdly, the workspace card component was really important. In the beginning, I was a bit confused with how would I be able to put so much information and make it seem clear and transparent, because that's one of the things that I learned in my research phase. And it took me a while to actually get to that part, but I was very pleased with the outcome. One of the major things that I did was actually change the copy of my button, because in the first time I thought it would be interesting to actually say the number of available tables at the moment, but people were a bit confused. So then I decided the first thing would be a button for call to action, which is book a table. And also at the end, the person will be able to see very clearly how much would they pay per hour in that spot. And also, lastly, I had this idea that I wanted time and space to be the currency of the app. So in the beginning, I thought it would be interesting to have some sort of Ryanair book reservations, which is what you can find at the left side, and because that was my first part. But then I thought it's much more important to actually set up the date, set up the time slots, and then from now onwards, and then you can see exactly the blueprint of the workspace and what is available or reserved at the moment. And then also, I wanted for the person to be able to actually reserve per hour, because they have said that they are not willing, users have said that are not willing to pay for the actual reservation for an entire month, let's say, because that can get pretty pricey. So in the beginning, I was just putting like a plus and minus button, but I didn't really think that it would work. So then I tried to do some iteration, and I did some scrolling iteration, but also I didn't even think, okay, I'm actually building it in the laptop, but people are going to use it in a mobile phone. So then at the end, I decided that it would suit more to actually tap on the hour and the time, and actually just text it with a keyboard. It just makes more sense. So now it's time for me to show you my prototype. Give me a sec. Let me know when you can see. My Wi-Fi is a bit slow today, so bear with me.
Yeah, we can see that. It's loading Figma.
Okay. Well, I did say it was slow. Okay, great. So here it's the first screen. You would have a button for sign in and sign up. You would click on here. So you would have to text your credentials, and then you would sign in again. So this is the home screen. In the first time that you're interacting with the app, this pop-up would appear for you to allow the app to actually use the location. So then you would say yes. So then you get like a clear sense exactly where you are with this indicator, as well as all the other different workspace options that are around you. Since this is like too zoomed out, maybe I would like to zoom in, so I will do that. And then I get a clear sense, okay, so this is what I have around me. I would click on this one, and then I would get this card about the place that I've selected, the name, if it's open, what kind of workspace is it, how much would I pay, and then some reviews, information regarding the actual space, comfort level, background noise, Wi-Fi quality, the amount of power outlets, as well as available tables. And of course, the most important part is the actual price. So how much would I be paying for a table at the price? So then, okay, I want to book a table. So then I would have to select a date. Let's say today is the 7th of April. I want to go there on Monday. Okay, great. I'm going to set a date. Then I'm going to see the available time slots. So I think 10 a.m. sounds good. I'm going to set it. And then now I have to determine how much time do I want to actually spend working there. So then this is the part that I actually worked a bit. So you can click on it. You would type it. So I'm going to say I want 3 hours. Yeah. And luckily for me, if I select 3 hours, I can get a free coffee. So that's great. That's great. I really want that. Yeah, awesome. I got it. So then afterwards, you can select your seat. The available ones are in green. The reserved are red. So I'm going to, great. I'm going to proceed to checkout. I have all my details, information, my date, time slot, how much I'm going to pay, and of course my free coffee because I want that. And then I'm going to pay. Great, the payment is confirmed. This is my QR code. I can actually save it in my smartphone. So this is what would appear in the actual Google Pay. Or the other option would be if I would come back again to the app, the check-in would actually start popping up, and I will click on it, and this would appear. So this is my prototype. I still have to go back to my presentation. Tab. Okay, so what's my plan? So I want to iterate. I actually want to understand if businesses would be on board with the solution. Because right now I tested out with solo remote workers, but I haven't had the possibility to actually do this and see, hey, would you be interested in doing this? So I'm kind of going back a bit, but also forwards, I guess, and do some UX research. The second part is I want to keep designing my prototype. In my ideation phase, I really wanted to also build a community app. So I want to have this anthill community feature. And I also want to prototype a business profile creation and onboarding an app because it's a different flow from what you actually get as a remote worker. And thirdly, I want to improve my skill sets and I want to develop a strong portfolio with my previous work as well as new projects. So that's all for me today. Thank you so much. I hope you enjoyed it and I would, any questions?
Love the final gift. Amazing. Well done. That's great. I really like your UI and interaction design. I think it was super smooth and like looking at all the tiny details and interaction that flow very well. And the part of the coffee, I think it was just great. Like doing all those nice little kind of, they call it in the UX, the moments of delight. I think it was great. Well done.
Thank you.
I'm just curious. Will you go, like you said at the beginning, you're an entrepreneur. Will you go through with this idea?
I think so, because I'm really curious to see the business version and see if people would be interested in actually, well, more businesses would be interested in being a part of something like this. And since I've been this far, I think it's just a shame not to put it to the test. And I think like all of us have such great ideas here that we should just like give it a go and see how it goes, you know?
100%. Nice, and keep us posted. I'm very curious.
Yeah.
Senia.
Hi, first of all, great job. Storytelling was on point. It was so smooth and easy to follow all the presentation.
Thanks.
I had a question, like in terms of like if you want, for example, to have some routine and select several days and select the same time slot through several, like, for example, the same week, go to the same place, this 3 hours in the morning. Would you be able to do it like automatically somehow?
Well, right now I'm kind of testing out because I wanted to do some sort of gamification with this idea that if you spend these amount of hours, then you would get something. So my first initial idea was just to get the part of the hours and the minutes, but then I realized, like, what if that I'm not actually selecting a time slot and I don't need to really know if it's available or not, because you know, I don't get that information out of it. But I think, like, in the future, yeah, I think I have to still test this out with users to see what would work best. But yeah, that would be the main goal. You could select many different time slots at once.
That's perfect. Yeah, like just like thinking about like time slots also, like I guess it's also good if at some point, if you're already defining at what time you're going there, like being able to connect it to Google Calendar or something like this, that would be also
yeah, that
awesome.
would be great.
I think at least.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great idea. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was great. Like so far, I loved it. I would use it.
Great, thanks.
It's a good idea. When you create a meeting on Google, that you have automatically gives you join like Google Meet, and you can have a button that says book a table with. It's nice. I like it. Cool. Anyone else? Okay. Perfect. Who's next? Gigi. Stage is yours.
Right. Well, girls, thank you for making me sweat more than I started. But I will do my best to explain what I was doing. I'm not going to start with opening questions because I all know that you do biking or not do biking, but I really hope if you like my presentation, you promise that you're going to start biking or register your bike with my solution, please. Everybody raise your hand. Raise your hand. I want to see hands. Okay, promise 1, 2, 3. Cool. So bike mark, do you see it enough actually? Yes, there you go. So so bike mark, it's the project that I've been working for the past 2 months, and it was really exciting and interesting actually. And since I couldn't make it without the users, I will start what were their insights and what inspired me through the process and why they love biking. They love to disconnect after work with a bike ride. You can go there, get drunk, you can be at peace. I will feel sad if my bike gets stolen. I broke my pelvis with this bike. I want to leave my bike and go for a beer and do whatever. So I really wanted to contribute in a way that can make them feel free and enjoy their bike ride as they should be. Because my initial assumption was that people are not using their bikes for everything because they're afraid of leaving their bikes on the street. So my value proposition about Bike Mark is a Barcelona cyclist community connecting like-minded people led by the same passion, bikes. And in Bike Marks, you can help the users to share, explore, and stay informed about the possible theft. Bike Mark allows users to add their bike information to our database and encourage members to share information with each other, because sharing is caring and we all love to help each other, especially when it's about something common. The key features that I was focused and that was coming from all the research and the testing was a map feature showing where in Barcelona mostly bikes were stolen, QR code feature. I did not steal it from Beatrice. It was my personal idea. So easy way to prove the ownership of a bike, which came from the research part, and frame number search, which was surprisingly a very loved feature from the users, which was my secondary feature. So I went through the discover, define, develop, and deliver. This is where I'm going to quickly tell you the story through the process. And again, my problem was choosing cheaper bikes is what cyclists do in order to continue using their bikes on a daily basis, because what counts is to keep on moving. And since cyclists are concerned about their bikes, they do not use their bikes every day. So I started understanding better with my lovely questions of why, and I needed to understand through going to the research goals and bullets that Diana taught me. If this is a primary reason not to use the bicycle all the time, how can make the owners feel more safe? What are the current solutions on the market? And if they're working what can be improved, and if it's not, why it is failing. What is the user knowledge about bike registration was something also very curious from the first research part. So I went through the existing articles, I did competitive landscape, I did 5 interviews and 75 responses from survey, which was quite actually the most funny part of the whole process, I would say. I did the psychedelic affinity map, which was gathering a lot of data. I think I should really start doing less notes and notes, but it was quite interesting experience. And I've learned from the surveys that 33% of people were really deciding where to log their bikes, depending on the area. And they're feeling extremely frustrated due to low chances of finding their bike. And 64% experienced theft at least once, twice, and sometimes 3 times. So from the interview and the affinity map, I got 3 insights that led to my solution. Majority of the cyclists are deciding where to log the bike depending on the area. I repeat myself, which is also repeating with the survey, which is a kind of confirmation of my solution that goes in kind of good direction. The main problem is not only the theft itself, but the process afterwards seems hopeless from the majority of the cyclists, and the bike owners are considering bike registration more of bureaucracy. So from here, I defined 2 personas: the bike rider that loves to bike without limitation, but buys cheaper bikes and use a lot of solutions, where the ride is very special, and even though forced to buy sometimes cheaper bike, we still prefer to ride the bike. And then you have riding with the wind, where you're gonna go always on the weekends and you won't be worried to leave your bike and you won't use your bike on a daily basis. That's my secondary persona. So my final hypothesis is, we believe if we create the QR code solution base that assists the proof of ownership, will provide better communication of stolen bikes. Because I went through creating a physical solution that is already existing on the market, which is really trustful. But for me, the idea of sharing and creating a community was a better contribution to what is currently existing on the market. And then I chose from several how might we, I chose my top. So how might we encourage bike owners registering their bicycles and contributing to find a stolen bike? Life of ideation, not very great. My boyfriend was really not happy that those little notes were everywhere in the house, but thank God we survived it. I'm very not great in drawing, but then I went through the sitemap, so the project started to actually have some shape to understand where I go. I almost gave up from Figma and wireframing because it was interesting. So I started testing with many users, and I realized that, oh my God, the sign-up process was absolutely mess. Then all the part of the bike was too much information in one screen, so I separated in different screens. Then I changed the homepage. Then I removed an additional features. Then I did a test second version where people love the map, so I decided to put the map on the homepage instead of a list of stolen bikes. Then I changed copy of explanation process because they were quite lost. And I reached my mood board, where my mood board is like bike, Barcelona, sun, ice cream. So I took this as an inspiration of my design system. And as you can see, since one of the big insight of the survey was "kill the bastard," so I decided to choose a little thief as an icon. And then, you know, how you say that in English? I forgot. Anyway, you know what I mean? So I decided to use those icons in order, when you're very frustrated in such a moment when somebody steals something like very important to you, to at least try to have a bit of revenge. Right? And interesting, my illustrations here are not possible to see, but anyway, you'll see it in the app. Then it's another wireframing prototype with the changes, and then another change is coming here. Change of colors and typography for a second time. Added report stolen bike on the homepage, because before that you were capable of doing it only from your bike list. And added the feature of looking search on the frame. Of course, I changed it again. Oh, not still, thank you, because you need to see my prototype, which for some reason is here. So there you go. We started with the solution. So this is my illustration, which you couldn't see. I did create small screens with explanation of the bike, because, you know, even you heard about bike mark, you don't know what it's about. So a simple explanation of you register your bike, get your QR code, different from the Beatrice one, and protect your bike and enjoy your ride. Okay, after that, you join, and with 2 easy steps, you register and join the community. Let's go verify your email, that we know that you're a real person, confirm, and there you go. Now we need your details about your bike. Of course, value of the bike, frame number, colors, you can upload a bit of pictures. And here you can choose the shops where you can get your QR code and put this QR code on the frame of your bike. You can have a bit of a video tutorial here to help you do that. And then review your information, you have everything, you got your QR code, next. Okay, what's next? The second flow is, oh, I am on my homepage and I'm very sad because my bike was stolen. So I see on top of that, there, wherever I left my bike, there were a lot of ninjas around, and I'm so sad. This is my bike. Maybe I had like 2 bikes or 3 bikes. So this is just to show you, because you never know in Barcelona when they steal your bike. Bike 2, report your stolen. Kill them. Report bike location. Let's find it. There you go. This is your bike. And you can see, and the idea of the community is to share and reach out, because as Katerina was saying, Facebook and social media, it's been the king. So I've decided to have the possibility to share through social media, so people can communicate and find and help or contribute to finding someone's bicycle. And then you have a different list, so you can browse and you can share, or if you find or notice, you can type, you can write to the person or to the owner. And then you have this crazy feature that everybody loved it, where if you have bought secondhand bike, you can type the frame of the bike and just simply check if this bike was already stolen. And yeah, you have your bike's feed with all the information, and you can just enjoy the map. Going here, see, oh, safe area. I'm gonna park my bike here this time, and that's it. Thank you.
That's fantastic. I love the presentation. You should do presentations for a living, I think.
Oh my God, I was so worried. Did you hear my voice is trembling? So weird.
No, that's amazing. It was super engaging.
Thank God. Thank you.
And the final result as well was great. I really like the journey on the map and the whole gamification part of it. I think it's really amazing. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you. It did a lot of changes indeed. Thank you.
But
Thank
it's good.
you,
Changes
Diana.
are good.
And of course, the girls, girls, you know that I'm asking a lot. I'm gonna shut up now. So questions? No.
Any
So
comments or questions?
who's gonna have a bike and register your bike after myself? I see.
We promised, no? So we have to.
Good. Thank you, Jen. I didn't see your hand. Huh?
I'm one of those few people that don't ride a bike, but maybe I want to now that I've seen your app. So.
You should. Yes. Thank you.
Can I ask you something?
No.
I'm gonna do it anyway.
Do it.
No, like so there, like you had this option where you place the code of your bike when you were looking for a specific bike.
Yes.
Are you also able to like scan the code in the app?
No, because so you have the frame number that you're referring, right? Is that thingy? Let me just share to quickly if you are talking about this. And now I hope the prototype is gonna still working, huh? This thing?
Yes.
So yes, this is basically the frame number of each bike. So the frame number has their own, each bike has a frame number. But usually from the research, I found out that frame number sometimes is not enough to prove the ownership. So I created this registration process where you add the frame number and you add the details of your bike, and then you have the QR code. The idea of the QR code is to be placed on the frame. And in general, I really hope someday to continue working on that because I really love it, and it's something kind of existing already in many countries. And the idea is like this QR code to be able, once here the authorities and the Ayuntamiento and everything is kind of organized, the police, when there is a stolen bike, they go and scan the QR code on the frame on the bike, and they see if this was reported or not, or if that's the ownership, if that's the real owner, because that's what was lacking. But I don't know if that's what you were asking me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like exactly what I was getting into. Like, yeah, perfect. Thanks.
Thank you.
So funny, your presentation, by the way. I love the ninja thing. You're so natural, like when talking.
Thank you.
Emily, you have a comment or a question?
Yeah, Gigi, I just wanted to like congratulate you for the whole journey, because I know like every time we were like, I don't know if I'm doing this right. Like, I don't know where. And then you like got to such a great place. It's amazing. It's like, yeah, great work.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, because I was afraid after you and Iria after the presentation of the research, and then Beatrice killed me with her way of storytelling, and I'm like, oh, it's getting here hot in Barcelona, you know. Anyway, thank you so much to all.
Did you have a question about the product? So with the QR code,
yep,
can I book a table at a cafe?
Yes, you can ride your bike and drink your coffee only with one QR code.
All right, just check.
I guess we have to do a collaboration. Yeah.
We should.
Awesome. Perfect. Anything else? Okay. Katarina, do you want to go next?
Yes, I'm next.
Let's go.
Okay, hello everybody. Let me share my screen. All right, so I'm talking about Akina, which is my app. Akina means solidarity and bond in Swahili. It's where the name comes from. My motivation behind it is the world is facing more and more challenges today, and the desire of individuality in society is increasing. So I think it's important to support each other and leave no one behind. So I was working on a project. I was designing an app for good deeds and helping each other. Wait, sorry. All right. Before I want to present, I want to define what a good deed is. As when I conducted my desk research, I found 2 apps, one in Russia and one in America, which had bad reviews because people were asking for money. So a good deed for my app is an action a person does for the betterment of another person or the society as a whole. And it's not connected to money or requesting money or acts which you normally have to pay for. Before my research phase, I set 3 main important goals to myself, which were: why do people do good deeds? What is the motivation behind it? What stops people from doing good deeds? And which problems arise when doing good deeds? I was formulating 2 hypotheses I tried to prove with my research. We believe that creating an easily accessible way for people to help each other will increase the number of good deeds. And we believe that helping others and doing good deeds will lead to a more conscious behavior and bring fulfillment to people's life. I conducted a survey where I had 68 submissions, and 60.3% of the participants were highly motivated to do good deeds. And then I did 6 interviews. 5 persons were working full-time and 1 person was a student. And the main outcome of my survey was that 41% of the motivated people have no time to do good deeds. 26 of the 26% of the participants know almost no media where to do good deeds, and 30% know a bit, which is 56 in total. And 25% of the motivated people would like to help others, but they don't know how and where. And 43% of the participants like to help neighbors and regularly help their neighbors. From that, I found out that the biggest pain points were the use of the free time. So busy working people, they would rather spend their free time on hobbies or interests. The lack of knowledge where to search. So people who want to help, they don't know where to find opportunities to do good deeds. The lack of local options. So people who help others or who do good deeds, they like to see the impact of their actions in front of their eyes. And they found out there is a lack of local options. Then we had the scattered resources. So people are missing a centralized resource where to find good deeds. And then people mentioned the need of commitment. So some people want to help, but in the end, they don't commit to nothing. So they kind of get lazy on the way, or they lose track of it. And in the end, they don't do it because they committed to nothing. I created 2 user persona, which are really different. The first one is Tim, the student. He's super young, shy. He's kind of unorganized. He's helpful, but also forgetful. He loves helping others, and if he sees people or animals suffering, he feels desperate. And as a student, he doesn't have a lot of money to donate, so he wants to help. He needs help when it comes to organizing things. He needs people around him he knows because he's really shy, and he needs to be reminded of appointments. On the contrary, I created Connie, who's a product manager. She's really busy, she's successful, she's helpful and organized, and she regularly donates money, but she thinks the nice part about helping others is to see the result in front of your eyes and to see the joy of the people you help. And she needs to save time because she's always stressed, she's working a lot, and she also needs inspiration on how to help directly on the spot. After the research phase, I elaborated a following problem statement. People motivated to do good deeds need an easy and quick way to find options where to do good deeds because they have limited spare time and they don't want to waste it on the planning process. So I was asking myself, how might we create a pool of good deeds which is easily accessible and structured for the users to not waste time on searching? And how might we ensure an increased commitment from the users without putting too much pressure on them? The outcome of my ideation phase was that it's not only about the easy and quick way to find options, but also on showing the options which are close to the user, because you can save time on the planning process, but I think you can save a lot of time in doing the good deed if it's close to you, if you don't have to drive somewhere, or if it's easy accessible. The hardest part for me was the designing process because it's completely new to me. I never was in contact with something like this. And in the end, I decided to go with green, which is the color of peace, growth, help, and hope. And I think people should grow together and help each other. And the user should be motivated by the color to do good deeds. And also green is a gender neutral color, and the app should attract everybody. So I went with a petrol green, and then I chose a gradient similar color because I wanted to make it modern and young and fresh. Oh, 1 second. Now I'm going to share my flow. All right, so this is Akina. My name is Maria. It's Monday. I'm already thinking about the weekend, although it's Monday. I have some free time and I'm planning to do something good for others. I open the app and I see suggestions for me, but I want to do something in Poblano, so I will search here. I see I can filter for categories and date. I see my recent searches. So if I check the categories, all right, I don't care, I'm up for everything, so I go without. But I'm planning this Saturday, so I will choose a date. Saturday, add to search. I see the date was chosen. I will search in Poblano. Okay, I see some nice things suggested, but I want to see where it is. So I'm choosing the map view, and I can see on the map that the good deeds are shown by categories. I can see people, animals, and nature. This one looks nice. I will go with this one. Voluntary work in a small organization. Sounds nice. I can see what it is about, who uploaded it, and when and where. All right, this looks nice. I'm in. I can send a message to Carolina, write a nice message, and ask all the questions I have. I want to know where exactly it is and if it's possible to join. I send my message. Fantastic, I'm one step closer to do the good deed, but I have to wait for Carolina to confirm. I could share the event with friends. I don't want this at the moment. I'm good. I'm waiting for her to reply. Maybe it's the next day already. She replied and she was telling me the full address, and also she asked me to confirm my participation. I can see I can confirm my participation. I can add the event to my calendar. I want to tell her I'm joining. I'm clicking on confirm, and I have to let her know that I'm joining so she can count on me. I'm confirming, and then I see in the chat that I confirmed today's good deed. I can still add it to my calendar, or I can still send a message if I have questions or anything. Okay, and now I want to finish my presentation with the changes I did. With the most important changes I did after the user testing. So first of all, on the left, you can see I removed the icons for the categories from the home screen because my app is about finding good deeds close to you. So I thought it's not important which category it is, but to just see the suggestions. And then I added the icons to the category filter to make it more clear, and also because I wanted to add the icons on the map so that you can not only see the good deeds on the map, but you can see which category it belongs to. And then the last thing, which was really important to me, was at first I had a button to call and a button to message, but I think the message button was it was not binding, it was without obligation. So it's like, oh, I'm sending a message, let's see if I'm going to do it. But I really wanted to engage the people and to create commitment. So I changed it to I'm in, which is kind of a positive sentence. And yeah, which should motivate people to do the good deed in the end and not to reconsider and maybe get lazy and do something else in the weekend. And that's it. Thank you for listening.
Well done. Good job. It's funny that you said that this design and UI was I don't know, the first time for you, because actually if you look at your final result, it's I think you have an eye for visuals, because like if you look at things like use of color, spacing, use of mobile patterns, actually you got it very right, and it was really well balanced. The use of typography, so congratulations, really well done.
Thank you.
I also like the idea of putting the icons on the map. I think it was a very nice detail.
Thanks.
Cool. Any comments or questions? Okay. then you have a lot of comments on the chat as well.
I will check it out now. Thanks a lot.
Perfect. Who's next? Esther, I don't know if you're back, because before we lost you for a second.
Yes, I'm here.
All right.
Today was the day, and I was talking, and but okay. I hope that the Wi-Fi works. I change it, the place. So let me share. So you can see it?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Hello, good evening to everybody. Thank you all for being here. I am presenting the project of a travel app where users can save and share information. We are in a global world where people easily can travel everywhere and collect a lot of information and memories. The problem I realized is that when people travel, they store their information in different places, and everything gets spread around, mixed, or even lost. I believe that creating a specific tool to collect the trip information will help travelers to get things naturally organized. I split the project in 3 parts: the research, the ideation, and the design. First part, research, understanding the user. I surveyed 94 people who travel once, twice, or more than 3 times per year. The most important data I've got is 1, the majority travels with other people, not alone. 2, they store the information inside the mobile phone in different places. And 3, they would be happy to use a specific tool when traveling. After the surveys, I interviewed 6 people. The questions were designed to understand the behavior of the travelers from the beginning until the end of the journey. How do they plan a trip? What do they do during the trip? And what do they do with the collected things when the trip is over? With all my data collected, I started building my affinity map, and I've got 2 main insights. Travelers, they save the information in different places, and travelers share information and use different channels. Those insights leads me directly to evolve the first problem to the final problem. Travelers don't have a unique place to store and share their trips information in a single and simple way. I reframed the problem, writing my hammer weaves that helped me focus on one part of the problem. How might we have travelers feel more calm when looking for the saved information? How might we have travelers stay organized when planning a trip with other people? I finally created my persona based on the data gathered in previous research. Second part, ideation, generating ideas. Through the Crazy 8 exercise, I tried to put all the things I thought were important in paper, generate lots of ideas, and start to shape the prototype. Before creating content or designing, I created a submap where I decided the best way to group content across pages and organize the overall structure. And following, I started sketching the first wireframes, which helped me to see quickly the structure of the project. After doing some user tests, I realized some screens were not clear enough, and I made some changes like adding a menu bar to help user navigation, adding a progress bar when saving documents to tell the user what is happening, always focusing the user needs. Third part, the design, defining the visual part. I started selecting a sans serif font, Roboto, for its simplicity and practicality. I've defined the text styles, the buttons, the icon sets, and the components. And the logo type born from the idea to communicate organization and community. The bees were very organized and are team players. And the fact that the bees flies gives the sense of freedom as when people travel. I created a graphic and rounded bee, like the word's glove. And the colors are based on the bee's logotype, the yellow, gray, and blue. And also it reminds me the colors of beer. And here, finally, you can see the mid-height fidelity design prototype. But let's have a look to the prototype. When you first download the app, you will find the splash screens. And after the registration page, you just have to put your name, your password, and sign in. And if it's the first time, the homepage will be empty with a message that will tell you how to start creating your new trips. But let's pretend that this homepage is already full of the trips that you have made. So let's create a new trip. Put the name, start date, end date, and add your travel mates, and save it. And when you are here, you want to save some documents. So you go to this panel, to the documents panel, and try to save a document. Like you choose documents and save it. Okay. And also, if you want to go to the photos, also you can save. Go to the gallery and save photos, or also you can take a picture. And also, very important, you can create new folders. So back to the home page. You can also edit your profile here in the settings menu and get notifications about your next trips or your important notes or message from your mates. Well, and that's it. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed this project as much as I did. And see you really soon. If you have any questions or comments, you will be very welcome.
Good job, Esther. I really like the bee. I think the bee is very popular. I'm reading in the chat that everybody's loving it. It's a nice touch, and just how you reiterate the brand all over the app, the presentation, and everything. I think it was really good. And also, I love the idea. I think especially these days, it's so relevant. Whenever I travel, I have like a list of paper like this with the COVID document, the check-in, the green pass, the whatever. So it's very relevant these days. Well done.
Thank you.
All right. Dalila.
Hello, yes. No, I just wanted to congratulate Esther for the presentation. It was super great. And your app is fantastic. So really good job.
Thank you, Dalila.
Emily.
Great work. I remember when you interviewed me and I was like, I hate this. I hate having everything everywhere. So when can we use your app, please? We need it. So yeah, great work. Amazing presentation. And yeah, amazing. That's all.
Jen?
Yeah, just want to say congratulations, and I think it's a really useful idea. I was just complaining about this pain point to friends recently because I was like, when you're stressed and you're trying to check into everything and like your documents are all over the place, it's really time consuming, and just to have everything in one place would be so much simpler. So yeah, I think it's a great idea.
Also thinking about people that are less tech savvy. For example, when my parents are traveling these days and have to do so many, like bring so many documentations, like I usually just print them for them because otherwise they don't know the concept about looking for a file on their phone, or they usually take a picture and then look back into the picture. So bringing all those information together, I think it will be super useful. All right, so now you need to develop that because people like it. Awesome. Anybody else? All right. Perfect. Tanya, I don't know if you are.
Yes, I'm back. Thank you.
Perfect.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
No, that's okay.
Okay, so let me see first. Sharing screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Tanya, if there's anyone there who doesn't know it. So I'm going to present my project to you, the one that I've been working on for the past couple of months, and it's been super exciting and useful. So as you can see in the illustration, I believe that many of us have felt this way, like this lady during the confinement, during the pandemics, but some of us feel like this ever since we've moved away from our closest ones. Not being able to see them, we want to communicate more with our close ones living in different countries and to talk and share more than before and more substantially as well. Despite the fact that there are numerous platforms which make the communication possible, they are not adjusted to the needs of all the involved parties or are lacking certain features. Therefore, I decided to address this topic and to understand how one of the most important experiences can be improved and made more accessible, user-friendly, as well as more meaningful. So I started with a research goal, which was to understand the motivations, needs, and habits of different target groups to communicate online with relatives or friends living abroad. And my initial hypothesis was creating an online platform for communication, exchange, and storage of shared history for relatives and friends will help them reestablish the lost connection, communicate more often, and keep their memories alive for themselves and the generations to come. Then I conducted a survey with a total of 40 participants. I targeted people from different countries and of different age groups. The main purpose of the survey was to get an insight into how people living abroad stay in touch with family and friends. So I focused on 5 questions that I thought were most important from the survey, from which I found out how often people communicate, which platforms they use, what features they like, which features they dislike, and what type of data they share. After that, I conducted interviews, 7 in total. I also targeted people from different countries of different age groups and communication habits as well. The purpose of the interview was to complement the information obtained from the surveys, as well as to get more insights into the following aspects: online communication habits and target groups, how the choice of the platform is made, and preferred features, data sharing, and storage practices. Then, having finalized the surveys and the interviews, I gathered the most important insights, which you can see here on the screen. I'm going to read just a few because there's plenty. So the majority of them wants to share regularly. They are afraid of leaving the existing platforms, fear of losing data. They stopped sharing due to randoms in the friends lists. The platforms are not adjusted to different age groups. They have too many ads or there are privacy concerns, and people live in different time zones. So after that, I created my 2 main user personas. One is elderly person who would love to be able to share more, especially with her grandkids, but the current platforms do not allow that because they are not adjusted to the needs of senior citizens. And the other one, equally important, is a young person from Spain who would love to be able to share more, but feels awkward because the current platform is full of people, like random people on her friends list, so she stops sharing. After that, I redefined my hypothesis. So the final one was creating an online solution for communication and exchange of data for relatives and friends who live in different countries will help them strengthen the connection and communicate more often and more easily in a more intimate environment. Then I was thinking how I could address this, and I focused on 4 main how might we's. How can we make sure that their data is shared and stored in a more private way? How can we make sure the user have the shared data easily accessible, sorted, and stored in one place? How can we create a solution which will allow users to communicate with relatives and friends of different ages and backgrounds easily? And how can we make sure to incorporate features which will allow persons living in different time zones to communicate without obstacles? Then these are my iterations. As you can see in screen number 1, it's the first version, like a really simple storage platform for future generations. This was my initial idea, a really simple UI. After the first user testing, I added 2 flows because many of them, especially the younger generation, were concerned with privacy. So these 2 flows would have a creator and an invitee, where one person creates the group and invites everyone else. In this manner, we have control over who is participating in these groups, so it's more private. Then I chose the brand name, which defines what I'm trying to achieve with this app. I added easily accessible features, visible calls to action, and descriptions such as terms and conditions, which you will see later. In the third screen, I added tone of voice, better distribution of data. I increased transparency. For example, you can see who is in the group before you join it. I added scrollable images to save up on space, smaller buttons, yet big enough, especially for the elderly. And in the final fourth screen, I added new and consistent color palette to set the mood, increase contrast, improve general UI, added additional features such as calendar for the ones living in different time zones so they can book a call, etc. And this is my mood board. So basically, the basis of my prototype is black and white because I really wanted to keep it simple. But then I figured since it's an app for different generations, I could add some color. So I used this image of a blossom. I extracted the colors from this image and I used them to accentuate like important parts of the prototype, such as buttons. So what I was trying to convey here is the sense of trust, security, positivity, and happiness. Then I decided I should add some illustrations as well to make it more vibrant. And I found this illustration set, which I really liked and which was matching my topic. However, it was black and white. So I found some pattern image on the internet under number 2. I extracted some shapes from it, changed the colors, then I further elaborated on it, and then I added this creation of mine to the existing illustrations, and I used them as they are shown in number 3 in my prototype. Oh, sorry, I clicked something wrong. Let me see what I did here. Oh, no. Sorry, I don't know if you can hear me or see me, but my presentation just disappeared.
Yeah, I think we just see LinkedIn.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Now we see ourselves.
Okay, really sorry, let me see what happened. Let me try to. I'm not really sure what happened, but let me try to do it. Can you see the presentation now?
Yeah, now we see Keynote.
Oh, okay. Okay, so yeah, this is the last steps, the next steps, even though I don't think I will keep on working on this app for the time being. But if I do, I need to interview more senior citizens and test the prototype for them. I need to interview more people in general to see how interested they would really be in real life in a topic like this and in such an app. And I need to talk to more developers, mainly backend, to see how we can make the product more secure long term. And of course, I would add new features. So now I'm going to show you my prototype. Sorry for the waiting, just need a couple of minutes to load. Okay, so this is my solution. It's an app called Reconnect, which conveys what I'm trying to achieve here. I put the mission message because I wanted to make users feel like they can trust us. And as I mentioned before, two flows, a creator and invitee. So I'm going to show you the creator flow. So I'm going to click here. Some of my users said they don't like to read terms and conditions. Since I put a focus on privacy of this app, they are mandatory. So you need to accept them in order to be able to proceed. So here you have the most important ones. If you want, you can click on more. If you want to read more and understand the roles better. If not, you can just read this and accept. Now we need to sign up, so we can choose the country. We put our phone number, confirm, receive verification. Now we're supposed to create our profile. We can choose if we want dark mode or light mode. Here, once again, a reminder that you are a group creator. If you cannot remember what exactly that means, you can read it here, confirm. Now we're supposed to choose our username. It's going to be Erica. Done. And now if you want, you can add a profile photo or skip. I'm going to upload an avatar. And that is done. Once I've done that, I'm supposed to create my first group. So I type the group name here. It's going to be Jones in this case. And now we are supposed to either invite people or we can skip and go to profile to customize. I'm just going to show you that briefly. So now on my profile, here I see the information I previously put in. I can hide it if I don't want everyone to see my phone number and my email, or I can show it. Here I can see my contacts and groups, or I can see my files. I will go back because we need to invite members. I click here, I share the link, and now I'm informed when the new members have joined. So here we can see who the members are. We can access group chat. Here also we have like member list. Here we can see what they shared. We can click on the photo to zoom in, to like it, save it, or comment on it. Or for example, we can click on a person to go to their profile. In this case, it's Grandma Eva. We can see her information and we can call her directly. This feature I put especially for the elderly, so they have easy access in case it's urgent or something. Here we can see what Eva shared, what two of us shared together, and I can book a call if she doesn't like surprises. So for example, I choose the date. Now I have booked the time with my grandma. And I will just show you another feature. For example, I can go here instead of a message. I can attach a document, for example, a certificate, and save it into a shared family album. And that will be all. Thank you for your attention.
Fantastic. Well done.
Thank you.
I really like how you kept the theme of security from like the research to all your exploration and the final result. I think it was super interesting. And one thing that I especially like, well, now moving to like the UI part, the way you use color with like you were super careful and like you study the color scheme very well. So you said, okay, I like this kind of illustration theme, but everything is black and white. So how can I add like tiny little colors that kind of make the difference without making the app super colorful? So yeah, that was very good. And also all the small details about the elderly, like making the call to actions big, introducing the call function. I think was really nice. Good job.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dana, for teaching us how to do all of this.
You're welcome. Any comments? Go for it, Emily.
Tanya, amazing. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
And also, I think I'm quite sensitive to this like privacy thing, and I think this app is like such a great idea because I hate having. I don't recognize myself in your persona because I hate that having like different places and not having everything in one place. And also one feature that you didn't show, but I saw it in your prototype, was the function to be able to download everything, like all the photos and everything in one go. And I thought that was like so useful, and we could use that a lot more in other areas, other apps. And I'm not usually one to like download new apps. I very minimal. I like I like to keep things simple, but this one just makes sense to me, like to keep in touch with family and like private. I love that. So yeah, good job on everything, the research, the UXM, the UI, and everything.
Thank you so much, Emily, and thank you for your help as well. I love your feedback.
No problem. Thank you for your help.
You're welcome.
Beatriz?
Yeah, I just wanted to wish congrats, Tanya. It was a really good job. I really enjoyed watching your prototype. Your interactions were really impressive. Felt very real, and the interactions were just great. And yeah, good job.
Thank you so much, girls. That makes me feel so happy because I was a bit insecure. Thank you.
No, I think it's perfect.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, who's next? London.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, my name is London. Today I'm going to present my UX UI design project as a result of 10 weeks and 100 hours of intense work in allWomen bootcamp. Since every participant in this presentation is a woman, I would like to start by asking you, have you ever lived by yourself in a foreign country? And if the answer is yes, have you ever felt alone or had a hard time meeting new friends? To give some context on how this project was born, I would go back to the days I browsed TikTok and I came across many videos of girls complaining about how lonely it feels to live abroad, living on their own and having difficulties building real connections with the locals or making friends in general. My personal goal here is that I believe in women, supporting women, and the idea of building a community. As human beings, we all need this sense of belonging and connecting with our environment. So the hypothesis here is that the initial problem was a woman expert to find trouble asking for help and making new friends living abroad. The root cause was women feel more vulnerable in terms of meeting new people. They are afraid to be misunderstood by men and suffer harassment. And the pain points are to design a mobile app to create a sense of female community, to connect local people and expats living in the same city, to help other women to solve problems and doubts living abroad. During my first research, these were the apps that I investigated to understand the objectives of my competitors versus my own goals. I paid special attention to Peanut, Hey Vina, and Bumble BFF, being these three as exclusively addressed to the female target. The overall results were positive. All of them have good reviews in the App Store, which demonstrates the popularity of these platforms when it comes to meeting people online. After seeing the psychology behind these apps, I asked myself some questions about the needs I wanted to cater on. After answering these main questions, I proceed to create a questionnaire only for expats posted on Google Forms in the English language. I've got 66 answers, which were all women between 25 and 50 years old. 56% of the women moved alone. The positive thing is that the 66.7% of them speak or understand the language. The highest percentage of people made friends before the year, but the second category of people with almost 35% took an average of 1 to 2 years to build a friendship. Expats used to meet friends in workspaces, followed by mutual friends, parties, the neighborhood, and even in the gym. The 54.5% like to meet people both ways, online and in person, and they have between 1 to 4 local friends. The 3 top concerns that expat women have is the administration issues, seeking housing, and finding job opportunities. For the interviews, I had 6 in total. It was all recorded and lasted 20 to 25 minutes each. The majority are expat women living in Barcelona, with just one exception, living in Amsterdam. After gathering all the insights, I proceed to build my affinity board to tackle the main topics from my interviews. The conclusions I've got in comparison with the initial problem and the root cause were modified, since I realized that indeed women have no problem asking for and getting help. According to safeties, just some of them went through bad experiences while living abroad, but it's not the main issue for them. Moreover, they have a good perception of digital communities, and they love the idea of doing activities together and meeting people in a social environment. The next step is to build a user personas profile based on the information provided previously. This is Janice Scott from the United States. She is 28 years old, expat living in Barcelona. Here you can see her personality, interest, pain points, and motivations and goals. Moving from the user persona, I started to design a low fidelity prototype. This was the very first prototype. And one of the main problems I got when I was designing my prototype was falling into the error to copy the paths from the competitors. As I mentioned in the competitive analysis part, since the majority of current apps follow the Tinder structure, my first attempt was to simulate that. Fortunately, due to the not so welcoming acceptance of my first idea, I got very interesting feedback to rethink my prototype again and try to fix the workflows that seems to not engage with the public. Moving to the UI part, for the mood board, I chose mainly yellow, marine blue, turquoise colors because I wanted to transmit optimistic and happy feelings to engage with the public. But at the same time, I wanted to express reliability and relaxing sensations. So I chose bluish tones to make it look more corporate and professional. For the style tile, I used Poppins font in different sizes. I made the logo, the application icon, the icons, the palette, the buttons, and the sizes of the grid and spacing. After all these decisions about colors, patterns, and design thinking ideas, as you can see, I ended up in a completely different direction with the designing part. Okay, and now I'm going to present my prototype. as if it was a user, and I would pretend to be Janice, the 28-year-old American woman who lives in Barcelona and is trying to find some friends in the city. So this is the entry of the app. You click on Let's Start. You can create an account also with the Face ID and Google account. Let's pretend that you create the account, you sign up, then the loading until it welcomes you with a personal sentence, sorry. And you go to Let's Go. Before we start, who are you? In this case, you are an expat. Here there's 8 questions to let about you and know about you, and then you can just save your preferences. This is the home menu. There is a little description because, well, to make sure that people understand what is going on in these 2 categories. In this case, Janice wants to find a friend. She's going to click here, and then there will be different profiles. And also, well, you can see there's profiles and monthly upcoming plans. You can also switch to the monthly upcoming plans, and you have plenty of April plans because we are on April. And in this case, Janice she has a passion for art, so she's going to choose a watercolor party. So she wants to know more about the details of the event. And here are all the information, like the date, how long it lasts, if it's a pay or a free event. You can like it, you can share it, and you can save it for later on. You can see the host, the description, and also reviews from other people from the community. If you like it, join the event, and congratulations, you are in. Just in case you want to cancel because you change your mind, you're still in time, you can add it to your calendar, and you can also see who is going with you to the party. You can click on the calendar or add to my calendar, so this will appear. And here at the bottom, you have other similar upcoming meetups with the preferences that you got with your own interests. In this case, if you want to check again the event, you click on the 20th of April, and this will appear again with the most important information so you don't miss up anything, and you can still cancel it. And yeah, in this case, if Janice wants to know more about Clara, the host, she can visit her profile, and here's a profile of Clara. What is she doing? You know, the interest, and if she decides to go to have a conversation, she can probably a nice long-lasting friendship. Okay, going back to the presentation. So, future steps. The next step, future steps into consideration are the initial target was focused only on expat women living abroad, but as the project was moving forward, I realized that locals and expats share the same thoughts and problems in terms of meeting foreigners. Therefore, the next step is to work on the locals part by doing interviews and getting feedback from their experiences connecting with people. The second one is testing to prove the usability and the user experience efficiency. The third one is to improve my UX skills to be a more intuitive researcher, more concise, and problem solver. The fourth is to consolidate the prototype by changing sizes and pictures and looking for the small details. And the last one but not least is to build my portfolio. Okay, this is the end of the presentation. I would like to share some self-reflections on this experience. This was very first venture into UX UI design process and the native mobile app functionality. During these 2 months, I struggled with imposter syndrome, frustration, and many doubts. And what I learned is that this is just the tip of the iceberg, and I still have a long path to go through to become the designer that I want to be in the future. Also, I would like to make a special mention to my classmates and all the tutors and mentors. Because of your feedback, I was able to learn my pain points and how to correct and improve them afterwards. It wouldn't be possible without your unconditional support and mentoring during the whole making process. So thank you very much. I really appreciate your time.
Good job, London. It's really a really interesting project, and it was very nice to see your process and how you evolved your app. Actually, congratulations in challenging and keep on challenging your ideas from the beginning. I know it can feel frustrating, and it can generate a lot of self-doubt, but actually that's the way, and so well done in doing that and embracing that, the iterative process of design. And yeah, and I just really liked especially how you tackle the competitors problem, so how you differentiate your app from competitors. I think that was probably the most interesting point. I like the fact that you use events as a way of differentiating yourself from, for example, Tinder or Humble BFF. And then how you redesign the whole profile, profile page to focus more on kind of the interest and the description of the person. I think that was the right direction. So well done. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. To be honest, I built this in only 48 hours because I changed everything in the last minute. I've got a meeting on Tuesday, and the feedback was terrible. I mean, I was about to give up on everything, and that's the feeling was that I couldn't show anything, but well, yeah. I just realized that I work well under pressure.
No, it's a great result, and now I think you deserve a good celebration and rest because you did a great job.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we have a few hands. Gigi. I don't know if you sit there. There you are.
Was that a call from me? Sorry, I think I missed that. Yeah, I just wanted to say that London, awesome. And Diana said most of the things. I really wish you that finally you will find what you're looking for and you will be inspired by it and you will keep walking. And as Katerina Kovi said, I will repeat again, fake it till you make it. So great job. Great job.
Thank you so much.
Jen?
Yeah, firstly, really nice work. Yeah, really liked the idea, and I could see how it would have potential for maybe solo female travelers as well, like traveling to cities and maybe wanting to connect with someone in that city, a local or someone friendly, and it could maybe be a good solution for that as well as expats.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, thank you.
I think that was your original idea, wasn't it?
Solo travelers. Sorry?
Was your original idea, wasn't it? The solo travelers?
Not really. Yeah, it was Terina's one, I feel.
Okay. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Then Eliana, I think you're next.
Okay, I will share the screen. And I think we were talking about mine because mine is for
I thought so, yeah.
solo
I thought
female
I
travel.
wasn't sure if it was London or if it was.
Yeah, but yeah, I go the same direction.
Fantastic.
So, okay. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, I don't know how to. Is it big enough? Okay. So my app is for solo female travelers, and well, I thought about the same as London said, like females, like women have different needs than men, because when you are traveling by yourself, it's not the same to be a woman than to be a man. So that was my first assumption. So I thought about how the information and everything that's been invented to travel is targeted to men. So there's not many information about how to be a woman traveling by yourself, or not many apps, especially for women, because I feel like we have different needs. So that was my first assumption. So I have my hypothesis that we believe that creating a digital tool for female solo travelers to connect and create safe spaces in the places they currently are will achieve for them to feel secure and safer while traveling. So I made my desk research, and I found this site that said that 73% of women traveling solo worry about their safety, and also they worry about getting lost or feeling lonely, and they trust the advice of other solo female travelers. They don't trust advice from big agencies like travel agencies or TripAdvisor. They mostly rely on each other. So they look for information in Facebook groups or blogs. So I made a survey, and I saw some things I really liked. I thought they were interesting. Some people say that being by myself at night in a place where I don't have a community could feel scary, or they try to do a lot of research so that they know what they will expect. Or they use apps for meeting people. And sometimes they have some concerns, saying they were traveling alone because they were scared someone will take advantage of that. There are some apps like Backpacker or Facebook groups and stuff, and you don't know what you're going to come across. And then I asked for safety. I asked how like from 1 to 7 how much they were concerned about their safety, and I saw that mainly they are really concerned about safety, like the desk research said. And then I did my interviews and affinity mapping, and I got some insights. So the main insights were that while traveling alone, you might feel uncomfortable and disconnected if something happens to you, like if you lost your ID or your credit cards, you don't have anyone to turn to. Then they do a lot of research to feel in control of the situation, mostly in blogs. And then this one was the one I found most interesting, is travel by themselves, but not alone. Like they all travel by themselves, but they knew that when they arrive to a place, they will mostly meet people. So you're not really alone while traveling by yourself. Like the goal is to travel yourself, to do whatever you like, to have all the freedom. But then when you're there, not being alone. So I did my archetype. Solo female traveler, they don't want to miss out on a place. So if they don't have any companion to go there, they will go by themselves. They like to be independent. They like to have a lot of flexibility. They are adventurous. They do a lot of research before traveling. They take advice from other solo female travelers. They want to travel by themselves, but they don't want to be alone. And they worry about being by themselves in stressful situations. So I make my problem statement that is, as females traveling alone have different needs than men. Usual travel information do not apply to them. So while traveling, they need to rely on each other in order to feel comfortable and secure. Well, how might we help solo female travelers communicate with each other and rely on each other? And so I made my user journey. Well, you decide to do the trip, then do research on blogs. You plan the trip and everything, but then you arrive to the place and you're like, okay, I'm alone here. How do I meet people? And then you might have some problem or setback and you don't have who to turn to. So I started my ideation part, and then some wireframes. And I created Sister. Well, it's an app to find a sister, another solo female traveler. I wanted to feel secure, to feel feminine, to feel trendy, friendly. It's like the real sister is the app. Like you can connect with other people, but you feel secure just having it. I wanted to feel like feminine, but not too feminine, because I do some research and some apps I found they were like really all pinky and really, really, really girly, and I don't know if that applies to all like females. So, and the main features are, well, make friends with other females solo travelers, make plans. You can create your own plans or join other girls' plans. Ask for help if something turns up, and ask questions before and during the trip to other sort of female travelers. So I did my high fidelity wireframes, and I had some, during user testing, some things that I need to change. And here's the prototype. I'll show it. You can't see it. I'm going to share another screen. So here's the welcome page. So I'm Maria. I think we are all Maria. And I'm going to start using the app. Okay, so I'm going to select my interest, because you can, it's like a Tinder or a Bumble, like you have a lot of people and you're like, okay, how do I make a friend? Like I need for them to share my same interests. So I'm going to select whatever I like, and then let's go. So I have the last trips, the last things I look for, but also I want to create a new trip. I'm going to Paris. So I'm going to select Paris, and then I'm going to select the dates I'm going to go. Select dates, and let's go. And then I'm in Paris, and I'm like, okay, I don't know anyone here, so I want to make some friends. So I see here, I'm in Paris. I see my interests here. I can change them if I feel like doing something else. And then I see a list of other sort of female travelers that are here. I see their interests, and if the interests they share with me. So I want to talk to them, and I say hi, and I start talking to them, and here's my new friend. And then I don't want to just have friends. I want to do some activities because I don't feel comfortable going one-on-one with someone. So I'm like, okay, I prefer to like just do something. So I look for activities also with my same interests on the dates I'm there. So I like, okay, I want to go for beers and dance. Oh, let's go for a drink. So I see the activity here, where it is, the time, I see who is going, and I'm in. It's like, great, see you there. And I go to favorites to see, and I have everything I want to go to, depending on the city I'm in. That's it. That's for me. I don't know
Well
if you
done.
have any questions.
That's great. I have to say something. I really liked how the choice for colors and typography and everything for your brand. I think it was really kind of give me an idea of empowerment. And it's like you said, you don't want to do something that is too girly or make you feel like you know, that kind of brand. I think this one was really working really well, and the choice of colors that you use with some accent colors that were, you know, not so obvious. I really like that. And if I can call out a detail I really liked,
Yes.
when you have the list of people and you have the photo and you have the say hi
Hmm.
little badge, I think it kind of make me feel like I want to click it and actually say hi. Instead, if I just see a picture, I feel, I don't know, it's kind of like a list of people and I'm not sure, can I contact them? Can I bother them? And so on. Instead, these little thing just make me feel like I want to click and say hi. So I
Great.
really like that.
Thanks.
Any questions or comments? Yes, Jen.
Yeah, I put it in the chat as well, but just, yeah, I think it'd be super useful to have events listed that you knew that you'd meet some people in that city, and yeah, it's much less daunting than if you're just going out and trying to find things in the local area.
Great.
Yeah, nice idea.
Thanks.
Cool. All right. Last but not least, Serena, you ready?
Let's say so. Okay, so here I am. First of all, I kind of want to say something, but I hope I don't end up crying. I just want to say that this was a very great experience for me. I am not doing so well in life, so this group of ladies really helped me going through and motivated me, even though maybe you didn't realize because I was always on the side and not so present, but really, 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 you motivated me. And the project, everything you did, it's inspiring, and I really want to keep on going. And I hope, first of all, to keep in touch with you all of you. And really, you were all inspiring, and all your projects were super inspiring. And if I'm here today, it's just because I really wanted to see what you guys were up to, for mostly. So thank you so much. And here I am with my project. Let me see here. Sorry, I have a new computer, so okay, let's go. This one. Okay, so this is Serena Vittoria Nitti, and I'm presenting my final project for this class. It was a bit of a long process for me. I don't know if you know, but I changed ideas on the go because I started with something that was not really my own problem, let's say that. So I decided to then focus on something that was my issue, or that maybe I would relate more to. And so I went for something that my problem, which is that I constantly often save ideas on things to do. Basically, whatever catches my attention, I just decided to do it, or I would like to do it. Let's say that. So I keep on saving ideas, or on a book that I want to read, or I don't know, a restaurant that I want to try, and so on. And I save. But by the end of the day, I do not do many of these things, like maybe 5% of the thing that I save. So it's a bit upsetting. And that's why I decided to try to find a solution for this. Of course, I had to see if this was only my problem or if other people had same, let's say, issue. So when I went into the research, I kind of wanted to know not only how people save their ideas, but also how they share with others, and how they will focus on the thing they want to do, and how upsetting it would be for them not to do what they want to do. So I really wanted to understand not only the organizational skills, which I would like to steal, but also how they share ideas with others and then go on with their social life. Then when I went in the research, I really understand that there was a problem with organization. So it wasn't just me. People really tend to save ideas everywhere. And I already from the survey, I could tell that people really save ideas on different mediums. But then when I went in the interviews, it was very telling, because here, the fourth column, it's where people scatter ideas. So whatever they find ideas, they save it. So if I'm on Instagram, I save it on Instagram. If I'm on, I don't know, on the go, I put it on my notebook, etc. So I decided to focus on this and trying to help people be more organized. One thing that was extremely insightful for me was that this came only from the interviews, okay? Nobody said this through, there was no answer on the surveys, but every single person I talked to said that I keep tabs open. And that was really very interesting, because I do the same, but I didn't really consider as a way to save ideas, right? But yeah, it came from every single person that I interviewed, and they will say, yeah, I saved tab. I mean, I leave tabs open. It's my way to save things, but then I forget about it. Maybe it was important. And then one thing it was very, very telling was this, it seems there's a new feature. So now Google lets you group the tabs, right? So I guess it is something that we all do. We are all guilty of leaving these tabs open for a reason or another. I think mostly because we want to keep, let's say, a focus on this. So it was really, for me, it was really insightful, and I kept this information there to remember. So as I said, I decided to focus on this because what I found out, I had some insights, were also some insight related to social interaction and so, but I decided to, as I said, to focus on the organization of ideas, because I realized that people can be very disorganized in the way they collect ideas on things to do, and information are scattered through different mediums, apps, and so on, and causing them to be forgetful. And so I wanted to help them, and I say, okay, how can I help them organizing their ideas, and how can I help them remembering those ideas? Because collecting is a thing, which I do all the time, but remember is another. So after all the iteration and the things that the girls explained very, very well, I started developing this idea, which is called stick to. So stick to first, once you, the main, let's say, I didn't, there's no flow. I did this video, so I wanted to be, okay, so one of the things that I want people to do with stick to is to basically close those tabs and save things from wherever they are on stick to. So for example, here on Instagram, instead of saving on Instagram, then forgetting about it, you would just share it to stick to. This takes 2 seconds, because everything is already pre-filled, and some of the things that you need to select are already pre-selected. So you could change it if you want, but if you don't have time, you just go save it and maybe change it later or change it never. It doesn't matter, because stick to is going to remind you about this idea. So besides let you saving ideas directly from apps or website, you can create your idea, upload your idea on Stick2. So starting from a photo, starting from a picture and a title. So that's something that it's mandatory to create an idea on Stick2. You have to have a photo and you have to have a title. That's why I also thought that maybe I could get Unsplash. So people, if you don't really take screenshots or you don't want to upload your own photo, you can get some free picture from us. So here is how. So this will be the board, and you go for create your idea. You select the photo, you add a title, and then pause, because basically you have to select a priority. The priority would activate, let's say that it will give you we will send you reminders, and the reminders are set through this priority. Basically, if you tell us that this idea is very important, we would remind you maybe weekly. I'm still testing this. Some people want to be reminded quite often. Others said maybe not that often. So I think we will give the user the chance to change those time frame to the app, to the settings, and also the way that you want to be reminded of the ideas. Basically, you could receive push notification, but also you could receive email with all the ideas that you need to, let's say, get to during the week, and so on. So I'm still kind of working on this, but the idea is for us to for Stick2 to remind you to do what you saved. So here I really want to visit this exhibition, so I selected hi, and I didn't have any link, so I just added a note. And then this board and tags, basically what's about this board and tags. Basically, the board to do is the one that come within Stick2, and it's a board that you cannot delete. And this is because basically it's also because we want you to kind of start using Stick2 easily. So you don't have to create tags, you don't have to create boards, and you just go and start right away. And if you forget about it when you save ideas, it's there already. So it's kind of like it's easy to don't forget to select. I did this because through some user testing, people will say, oh my god, there's so many things that I have to add. So I was like, okay, let me just pre-select some stuff. And so the board to do, it's one thing that I decided it's pre-selected for just to be convenience, let's say that, for convenience. But you can then add more boards and decide how you want to call it, and you can delete those boards as well. The tags instead is something that you cannot delete, you cannot add, because this is something connected to the community. And this is the way that people find your ideas if you decide to share the ideas with others. And in fact, you go on, and after there's privacy. Basically, here I decided to select this idea as shared, means that the people in the community will be able to see it. And then you can also add it to the calendar, and the calendar, Stick2 calendar, will be synced with the Google Calendar or Apple Calendar, so your ideas are saved into the calendar as well. And then when the idea is saved in your board, and we go here that we have another board, there is a little tag here that shows you the priority that you chose. And that's it, because then I have other things to finish, but I didn't do it yet, which is basically working more on the calendar, because I also want to create a way from within the app to create events, create invites, so people can reply, and you can sync your calendar with friends. And then there is another function which is explore, as I said, and it will be you can explore ideas from your friends or people that you follow, and the community. The community, I want it to be local or within a certain radius because I think it will be more relevant, and also could be a business opportunity because if you're looking for things to do, maybe you wanna find things to do locally and not in Australia. So that's why. And then I really need to work also on the profile still. And the idea is to have the archive in the profile, because basically once you are done with an idea, those ideas moved into the archive, but you're not gonna lose it forever. And so it will be in your profile, and then the following, the followers, and so on. And I guess that's it. And thank you for watching. And again, thank you for everything, girls.
Amazing work, Serena. Really great. From the presentation, which was amazing, the UI, the brand, the idea of the name, the features that you develop, really well done.
Thank you.
And yeah, especially like the kind of the playful vibe that you give to the application. Really cool.
Thank you. I'm not the serious of the group, but I needed to keep it a bit lighter for myself. But that's why I'm saying. That's why I wanted to say that I really like the ideas from the girls, especially London knows very well. I really loved her idea. I think everyone should keep on trying to develop what we've done here, because everything was very, very nice and well done.
Yeah. Great. Any questions, any comments for Serena?
I would just say it loud as well, even though I wrote a great closing. Thank you for that.
Okay. Well, I guess that's it. Girls, I just want to say, like I said yesterday and say it again, really well done, all of you. I think all the projects were really impressive. The process you went through, you should be very proud of what you achieved in just 10 weeks. And like I said yesterday, most of the people take years actually to get to this level. And also the ideas were super interesting, and I could see how they were connected to your research, and they were very creative. So yeah, really well done. You did an amazing job. And I hope this is a career that you would like to, pursue. And so yeah, best of luck with whatever comes next.
Thank you so much, Diana. You really helped us a lot.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thanks so
Thank
much.
Thank you, Diana. And thank you, girls. You were great.
Yeah, see you very soon.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Diana.
Bye, everyone.
Go and celebrate.
Bye.
Oh, yes.
Bye.
Oh, yes.
Bye.
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 I will miss you all.
Yeah.
Yeah.